Sim. Good morning, everyone. It's a renewed pleasure to see the RISCO community together again. I will kick off the event in just a moment, but before that, I'd like to tell you that we will not have our Vice-Reitor here today during this morning because he's still traveling. He sends us our apologies, okay? But obviously he has sent me a message to say that he and the rectory are always highly committed with our research unit and have supported us, and we acknowledge them, obviously, over time. So before we start up this event, I would like, obviously, to thank once again for our external advisory committee being here for the third RISCO Day. And thank you all, okay, members and collaborators of RISCO for being here and filling this room once again this year, 2024. I have a very short presentation, okay? We produced 2 volumes. I think that, Nilsa, the 2 volumes that we produced, I forgot the 2 volumes, the 2 volumes that we produced. So I'm not going to give you much numbers, okay, because we have 2 volumes that were produced and we took them to Lisbon, okay, for the physical meeting with the FCT Evaluation Committee. And those numbers are there, the indicators, the activities, okay, the plan. So I'm just going to highlight 3 things of this year, okay, because all of the rest you can take a look in these physical volumes that we produced. Will be here during the day, more than 1 copy, and we also have them in PDF. They will be online after the event. So the 3 highlights we chose, first highlight has to do with growth. So over this time, we have steadily grown, okay? We have tried to retain and attract talent. And this was investment, I would say, high commitment of the unit towards human resources, okay? So we had the possibility of creating junior research position contracts right at the beginning in 2021, okay? After we had our reevaluation process. And over time, with obviously with the support of the rectory, we had the possibility of having another 2. There we go. These are the 2 volumes I was telling you about. Okay, so they'll be here during the day, so you can take a look. And then over time, we had the possibility of having another 2 positions. Okay, principal researcher and assistant researcher, and that both started in 2022. And more recently, we secured a new position, okay, under the FCT tenor program. And next year, we will try to get another position because this will be reopening, okay, next year with another 400 positions at the national level. And just a small note, because this RISCO Day event is all about the PhD students. Tell you that we have a lot of PhD students, but when it comes down to the activity and when it comes down to the students that are working full-time on their PhDs, we have over 35 active PhD students, okay? So we have this, I would say, this small army of great PhD students, okay? And they will be presenting today. There will be, the spotlight will be for them, okay? The second, I know you're moving around, it's AI working for us, okay? We want you in flesh and bone, the best version. But AI can do a lot of stuff, too much stuff, actually. So the second highlight has to do, it's an acknowledgement to the External Advisory Committee for the dedication, for the involvement, for sharing their experiences at the international level, what they do in their groups, okay? And that is quite important for us to understand how other research units also create opportunities, and their counseling was actually very important, and their insights that they gave us over time were very important. So thank you. That's a very strong highlight for this year. And the third is our future. It's a highlight on our transformation. It's a highlight on where we will evolve to the future. Okay. We started off in 2023, and I acknowledge obviously the previous coordinators of the unit. It's very important. This is a journey. It involves a lot of people. And obviously the former coordinators, I acknowledge all the work that has been done. We started off in the late 2022, a discussion with CERIS, okay, that proposed not to break us up, not to disperse it, but actually to propose that we continue as a research group here at UA and have a civil engineering research group here at UA, okay? This was obviously understood also by the rectory that supported us, and that actually this is acknowledgement of the research group quality. So in 2023, we started to obviously work this merger up, okay? And this basically culminated with the submission to the FCT, okay, in April this year, with CERIS and future, we hope in the future, near future, in 2025, after the results come up in April 2025, we will be a hub, okay? We'll be CERIS Avaliação, will be a hub of CERIS. So this is quite important for us because it will give us an opportunity to foster more collaboration, give us more visibility, internationalization, and the assurance, very important, the assurance of a research unit as a hub, okay, continue as a group. And I would say in the midterm, there's also a midterm objective, which is to create the first, okay, associated laboratory in civil engineering in Portugal that we will obviously be in. Okay, so that's a midterm objective that we have for CERIS, with CERIS. So today, the program of our event was created and discussed and drawn up with the help of our PhD students. So the spotlight is for them, okay? In the morning period, we will have the presentation. So we typically have the presentations divided into 3 panels, one on the 3 research lines. Everyone knows risk, sustainability, and conservation, okay? And in between, we'll have activities, okay? These activities are actually driven towards the PhD students and the researchers, okay? And then we'll have our networking coffee break where we'll have this buffer so we can obviously engage and talk with each other and look at our e-posters that are at the end of the room, okay? So after that, we'll have our second panel, okay? Then we'll have a second activity, okay? With the former students here from UA with different career experiences where they value their degree, okay? Outside experience of academia. Then we'll go for lunch together, okay? We'll come back, then after the afternoon period, we'll come back to another activity that will involve the coordinators of CERIS and their hubs, okay? The CERIS Nova Hub and the CERIS Coimbra Hub. And then we'll have another, the last panel dedicated to conservation, okay? With the presentation of PhD students, okay? And then before we end the day, we'll have a 4th activity to evaluate, okay? And we'll have a closing session where we'll have here Professor Paulo, our rector. And we'll finish off with a coffee break. So we'll have a coffee break in the middle of the afternoon. We'll have a coffee break at the end of our afternoon, okay? So that's all for now, okay? I'm kicking off the event, so we can, I'll pass the word on to Professor Paulo Villarreal, Director of our PhD program in civil engineering.
Oh, good morning, everybody. I'm here as Professor Romeu said, as Director of the Doctoral Program in Civil Engineering. I would like to start to say hello to the coordination of our research unit. Also to say hello to our external advisor. You are very important to well classify our unit. Not for your advisors, of course. Thank you for coming. To all the students, this event is this year is mostly devoted to the work of the students, and maybe this is why the reason I'm here welcoming you. So thank you to the whole students and for your contribution to this event, your presentations, posters, and my colleagues from the department and also from outside. So thank you very much for coming. So I hope this will be a very good event for you. I just want to give some numbers about our doctoral program. I have counted 47 enrolled students, not all already starting the thesis. So from these 47, 44 is already doing the PhD thesis. The others are still in the scholar part of the first year of our program. So just to have an idea, because it's more or less the same every year, we had this year 3 phases for the application to the PhD. And in the total, we had 35 applications. So, and from these 35, we have accepted this year 19 students. So I guess it's a very good number. And this number is more or less constant along the years. I just take these numbers because it was the year today. The other thing I can say is that I'm also the responsible of the course on the Seminar of Research Project. And the mean, this is something that I would like to put in the table, because the mean, the average number of defenses, you know, the student must defend a report, a public defense, and the average from medicine from 2011, the average is between 6 and 5 and 6. So it means that there are some that doesn't apply to in the right time, and the right time is 1 year after the inscription. So please have a look in this times and ask to your advisor. So I took the advisors not to be here to say this to you. Yeah, I guess this is a very important event for you. In my opinion, the most important thing is that you should look to the work that your colleagues are doing and try to see if there are some some methodology that your colleagues are using and that you can take to your own work. So this is why this type of events, in my opinion, is very important. So I hope to everybody very grateful event, and don't forget to look carefully to the presentations, to the poster, to take any ideas? Or sometimes the terms are very, very different, but there are some methodologies that you can see, okay, this I can use in my own work. So this is my advice, my last advice. So I'm very happy to be here. So, and thank you very much.
So thank you, Professor. We all know it's time to start with the first panel. The first panel will be about the assessment and mitigation of risks in the built environment. We are going to have four PhD presentations. So I would like to call David for the first presentation. So, sorry.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So, good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be here today and present part of my work. So, thank you, RISCO and CERIS, for inviting me here today to present my work. So, today I will discuss ESD, which stands for Earthquake Scenario Database. This database has been developed with the help from people, risk modelers at Global Earthquake Models. So I would like to thank you, all my colleagues, for their contribution. To set the stage, I'll begin with an image from a recent event in Turkey and Syria in 2023. This image shows the damage to building, and I should say that this event was destructive with a significant number of fatalities. I'm showing this picture to say that when such events occur, one of the activities or steps, crucial steps that scientific community undertakes is reassessing risk in the affected area and in the affected region and surrounding areas to identify potential hazard and evaluate vulnerabilities, and also to devise risk mitigation strategies. As we all know, risk mitigation strategies are rely on loss models. And I will give you a couple of examples of these risk models risk mitigation strategies that rely on loss models. For example, distribution of funds for risk management, development of financial products to transfer fiscal risk, assessment of investment needs from global organizations, emergency response planning, design of large-scale retrofitting campaigns, and also development of training and educational material for risk awareness. So these are some examples of risk mitigation measures that rely on loss models. So we need actually reliable loss models to define the best strategies. Sometimes when these models are unreliable, risk mitigation strategies are not sufficient. They are insufficient to minimize the risk of disasters. I'll give you an example in a recent event in Morocco. This event, which happened in 2023, You can see the actual impact observation, this table, and also what is estimated using one of the available loss models. As you can see, there is a vast difference between what is observed and what is estimated using this model. So we can say the model is unreliable. We can conclude that the model is not sufficient. So I should mention that one of the ways that we can validate our models is repeating past events, and we are in our studies trying to repeating past events and cover these needs of the scientific community. We develop a global database of earthquake scenarios. To talk about scenarios, I would like to mention and emphasize on 4 important questions to repeat these past events. The first question, so we want to do scenarios, but what do we need to perform earthquake scenarios? What are the sources of information available? How did we design this open database? How can this database be used for loss assessment and model verification? So in the following slides, I'm going to cover all these questions. So when a notable earthquake happens, there are many sources out there that release data about the specific events. You know, the global, they have different level of completeness. They have different level of geographical coverage. So we should collect all this sparse information. Indeed, we should change the way we are collecting data. So to address this, we gather all the information from recording stations, ruptures, ground motion fields to impacts. And I'm going to talk about one of each components in the following slide. First of all, recording stations. We collected all the available information for the events we include in the database. So first of all, what is a seismic station? A seismic station is a facility with an instrument to monitor ground shaking, to monitor ground vibration. It measures ground shaking with different intensity measure scales like peak ground acceleration, as you can see on the left picture. These are the recording stations in Mexico for the events in 2017, Puebla events in 2017. Then about ruptures, we collect all the information about ruptures. Different rupture solutions are available. Sometimes we only access nodal plane solutions, but sometimes when we have more complex data, complex ruptures or multiplanar rupture, we also include those kind of information. Here you can see what we have collected for Puebla event in Mexico. Here are nodal plane solutions from different agencies. And then we need to produce ground motion fields for a given rupture, considering recording stations, site model, and ground motion models. Ground motion field indeed shows how the ground shapes at different locations. In this map, you can see the produced ground motion fields for the Puebla event in 2017 in Mexico. So I should quickly mention that these ground motion fields are one of the components we need to calculate impacts, and the 2 other components are vulnerability and exposure. I'm not going through details because of the time, but our purpose is to compute loss and compare what is estimated to what is actually observed. So and then we need actual observation. We collected information, impact information for all the events. Sometimes, for example, in this example in Puebla, we are lucky enough to find detailed information at different administrative level. Also, we have building by building damage data. I mean, we know the exact location of damaged building. So to wrap up, I just want to show you a quick example for the events in Iran. So I was out event in Iran in 2017 to review what I described so far. So here are the stations that record PGA for different locations. These are the collected ruptures, and also here we have the produced ground motion fields. In Iran, we usually can only find impact data at the national level. And here in this table, you also see the estimated impact. So as you can see, there is a difference between what is observed and what is calculated. So with this kind of analysis, we can understand if our models are accurate enough, or if there is any issue with those models, so we can try to have more precise loss models. So all of these efforts led to creation of earthquake scenario database. This database covers over 100 events all around the world. And at the end, I want to mention that, in my opinion, we as researchers should make our research, our studies reusable, reproducible. So to address this, we have summarized everything in a GitHub repository. So if you are interested in, you can go to this link and see all the details. And by that, I would like to thank all of you for your attention.
Well, thank you very much, Zarin, for the amazing presentation. Since we are a little bit short on time, we have time for one question, please. No questions? Yes.
Well, maybe a short one. No one does, I do. Thank you for the presentation. I wonder what do you exactly want to do with that database? So what will be the part of your PhD that you will progress science with?
As I mentioned, we use this kind of data. I mean, data related to recording stations, to ruptures, to calculate losses after an event. Okay, so and with this kind of comparison between what is estimated and what is observed, we can validate our loss models, which we are using for risk mitigation strategies to minimize the risk of disaster.
So you want to your ambition of the PhD is to reduce the mistake or the error?
Yes, part of my PhD, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for the question. So I would like to ask Zarin to have a seat at the panel, and I would like to call the next presenter, Rafael, with the theme nature-inspired micro-reinforcements of coarse granular aggregates.
Thank you. Good morning. It's a pleasure being here presenting part of my PhD, part of my dream, nature-inspired micro-reinforcement of coarse granular aggregates. And this is not just my work. I have one supervisor and other co-supervisor. Amazing guys. Okay. Since the beginning of the century, we realized that our actions have impact. And we heard a lot, use bicycles instead of cars, and we need to change the way that we live. And in Europe, the transportation sector is responsible for 26.2% of the greenhouse gas emissions that we need to reduce, and we agree to reduce. And if we look for the transportation sector, road transportation that we use when we want with our car, with trucks, is responsible for 73.2%, while railway is only produced 0.5%. Okay, this could be the future of the railways. And I think the European Union thinks we should create a TEN-T, a global, not global, but in Europe, railway lines connect countries. And we agree to increase the number of passengers and reduce the air and road transport. Okay, we should eliminate flights from Lisbon to Madrid. And if we think how we build the railway line with ballast trucks, and they have reduced loss of geometry, reduced upfront costs, they are easy to maintain, and I think the best one, the design rules are well established, at least they have 2 centuries, but they have high maintenance costs. In the UK, they spend 2 billion euros to maintain the ballast truck. A lot of people speak about, okay, let's use flat track. I agree, they have reduced maintenance costs, high lateral resistance, however, they have really high upfront costs. If we think we release, okay, it's missing the world, but for the contracts to connect Porto to Oiã, we pay 40 million per kilometer using ballast truck. And if we think construct a slab truck on soft ground, we need piles. And this is construct a lot of underground viaducts, kilometers. And if UK and Germany don't have money, think as Portuguese. Okay, ballast, the real problem under dynamic load, the particles will start to break, generating fines, and we will lose our geometry, and will increase the risk of derailments. So someone invented the tamping operations and other maintenance operations, and we lift the rail and the sleeper, we insert the temper times, and we densify the granular stratum below the sleeper. There are a lot of emerging techniques. We can divide in ballast improvement because we don't have any more ballast. We have a kind of rock that is glue. The particles are glued with polyurethane and bitumen. Okay, polyurethane is amazing, but it's really expensive. There was a spin-off in England that was, they use polyurethane injections, but it's really expensive and we cannot repeat the maintenance operations. So it's just one time that we improve the track. The bitumen, okay, it's nice, but below 0 temperatures, you can have brittle failures. And they are running on rails, not on wheels. We have ballast reinforcement with just synthetics. I think just synthetics are amazing. They can reduce the aggregate, the soil that we use, but for the railway, using ballast track, the temper times will be inserted here, and they will destroy the just synthetic. So we place the just synthetic here, we save aggregates, but they are not optimized. So researchers try to mix ballast with synthetic fibers and high-derived aggregates. And in my work, I developed 2 boxes to assess how they interact, because we place the fibers and the chrome rubbers randomly, so we can still carry out maintenance operations like tamping. And a problem with technical engineering is that you saw a triaxial test, you have a membrane, you can say everything that you want, but you don't see the interaction. And we realized that under cyclic flow, chrome rubber will segregate. So over time, we will have not ballast reinforced with or stabilized with chrome rubbers, we will have ballasts above a chrome rubber stratum. Okay, I think let's move for geosynthetics. I cut to geosynthetics and I have microgrids. But as you can see, they disrupt the packing, the natural way that the stratum will densify. And we will have below the sleeper a less dense material. So, but the one that I tested works really well. And you can see that the gap here is huge compared with these ropes, because ropes can insert on the particle voids and have support tension. this is the test that I performed until now. Now I'm looking for routes because the plants are amazing. They have more than 25 years like me. They are older than us and they learn, I don't know why, but to make their foundations on soils and aggregates. And I'm studying the root-soil interactions to develop a new reinforcement. Here are my references. And I would like to acknowledge RISCO and my scholarship suppliers. And thank you.
We also being on time, or a little bit fun. So we have time for a few more questions. Any questions from the audience?
I think it's interesting research, and I think biosphere things are really nice because, as you mentioned, have been proved by nature. But one problem with these reinforcements for me is durability. So your ropes, how long they will last, because a ballast you go there and shake and.
I know it, and part of my work is try to develop the optimum shape. I think my dream is in the other part after the PhD, look for durability. And one thing, because I'm working with people from mechanical engineering, is that we think, okay, plastics will degrade with UV, but there are a lot of plastics, and some ones can resist to UV. So there are a lot of things to explore.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other question? So if no one has another question, I have a question, if you don't mind. You were mentioning the plastics and the degradation of plastics. So nowadays, the transport of microplastics is a problem. What sort of plastics do you see being used in the future that, well, sort of do not worsen the problem of the microplastics we have already in the environment?
I don't know. I'm reading about microplastics, and it's a new field of study on geosynthetic industry. This is a 20 billion industry, and okay, I think it's commercial, but a lot of industries say that geosynthetics can save the problem of microplastics because we are recycling the plastics. And there is a lot of studies, and I don't have time to do it, but I would like. It's a concern. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I add a little bit on that, on the two questions that were made? So regarding durability, we're talking about engineered plastics, which are stabilized to withstand UV radiation, for example, for quite a while. So that's one part of the question. And the solution that we're trying to develop includes regular maintenance, but so having larger periods between maintenance. So that means the plastics themselves, if they degrade, they can be added to the solution. Having said this, plastics last for hundreds of years. So that's bad if we're talking about single-use plastics. But if we're talking about engineered plastics, that's a big advantage. So that's another take on the topic. Regarding microplastics, the question is still under debate. Some people argue that this type of engineered plastics don't release that many microplastics, even in coastal protection applications. But as I said, that's still under debate. So that's an aspect that we need to look at. But Rafael's work can't include all angles of that aspect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I would like to call the next presenter. Here. Matheus Alves. So it's entitled Fire Safety Design of Multi-Story Timber Buildings, Riskiness Approach and what's yours.
Okay, so I would like to start this presentation with a brief disclaimer. This presentation hasn't much to do with my PhD project I'm working on right now. It is related, of course, because I'm studying timber buildings, the first sector of timber buildings. We'll have the opportunity to see what I'm working on right now in the PhD project during the poster session. But I decided to bring a little bit of this risk analysis approach, which is something new to me, actually. I started studying this specifically for this presentation. So I believe that the discussion we'll have here, it's still valid, although it's not entirely related with the PhD project. So the subject of this presentation is the fire safety design of multi-story timber buildings. I will be talking about a risk indexing method. And I think that in the last 2 decades, we are starting to see more and more timber buildings built around the world, especially high-rise buildings with a complex structure. And this is mainly due to 3 factors. The first one is the environmental pressure that we have on buildings right now. The second one is the development of highly engineered wood-based products. And the third one is the improvement of engineering methods and construction practices to build these timber buildings. But if I ask someone what they think about the fire safety of timber buildings, probably the first thing that pops up in their heads is an image like this. Okay, and this can actually happen if appropriate fire safety measures are not taken into account. But the truth is, wood in fire scenarios, wood will burn, but will burn safely in a predictable manner. And with appropriate fire safety measures, we can prevent fires from occurring, and we can predict how wood will burn in fire situations. So it's actually, the concerns about the fire safety of timber buildings are valid, of course, but it's not a huge concern, so we don't need to over-exaggerate about the fire safety of timber buildings. So when it comes to the design, the fire safety design of timber buildings, we have 2 main ways to demonstrate compliance. The first one is the prescriptive approach. This is what we are most familiar with, Eurocodes and so on. And the second one is the performance-based approach. And in a performance-based approach, in which we have a little bit of more freedom in terms of design, we have to address risk. Okay, so fire risk assessment will have determined appropriate levels of fire safety in a performance-based approach. And of course, this risk assessment, it has lots of complexity levels, ranging from simplistic and heuristic models, which is the one that we are going to discuss today, to more sophisticated risk approaches involving the estimation of probabilities and frequencies and consequences of the fire events. But the truth is, for relatively simple buildings that deviate just a little bit from the prescriptive approach, we can use a simpler risk assessment in detriment of other approaches that are more complex and time-consuming. And this simple assessment, simple but actually very effective for this type of buildings that I have said. One of these approaches is the fire risk index. So the fire risk index, in the words of these authors that I cannot pronounce the name, is a heuristic model that uses professional knowledge and experience to assign values to selected variables and make decisions about fire safety measures that should be included in a building. So this is the method that we are going to explore a little bit today. So pretty much the basis of this method is to use engineering and expert judgment to build a fire risk index, which is a value that reflects the overall fire safety policy for a certain building. Okay, so this method has pretty much 4 steps. The first one is to identify the levels of fire safety for a certain building. This is the fire safety tree that is generally the first step in a performance-based approach. This is the first step to build a fire safety tree in which we can indicate the attributes that will have an influence in the overall fire safety objective of our building. So we have policies, objectives, strategies, or sometimes they are referred as functional requirements. We have parameters for elements and survey items. So this fire safety tree is defined according to a team of experts and stakeholders that must meet both regulatory requirements and also optional requirements based on the specificity of a certain building. The second step is to construct and assign values for, so the objective in the second step is to identify what is the relevance of the parameters in our fire safety tree to the overall fire safety policy. So, and these weights are defined according to a team of experts, of course, and we have systemic approaches to do that to reduce the risk of bias. And we assign values to these parameters or elements, and we can identify what is the influence of these parameters on the overall fire safety policy. This analysis is usually, these weights are defined for building with a certain risk profile, for example. So the step 3 is to develop a scoring scale for the survey items, because the survey items are quantities that will evaluate the performance of our parameters of our fire safety elements in the fire safety tree. So, and this scoring also relies on expert judgment. Okay, so for example, if you have an objective of life safety, a strategy would be, for example, fire prevention, and an element, control of ignition sources, and we have survey items that are going to reflect what is the performance of these parameters in the fire safety policy. So, and this is unique to a certain building, because we have different building designs. So the overall scoring of this step would be specific for a certain design. So after this process, we can build a single value, a fire risk indexing, and there are a lot of approaches to do that also. We can consider, for example, the effects of the probability of occurring a fire, such as the Griffin method, which we can see there. And the simplest one is the additive approach, in which those weights specified in step 1 are multiplied by the scoring scale of the survey items in the previous step. So we come up with a single fire risk index value that we can compare, for example, with a benchmarking solution. Okay, so a benchmarking solution would be something that fulfills the prescribed requirements. So it's a very simple method, and in some building codes, this method is actually recognized as one of the ways to demonstrate compliance in a performance-based approach. Okay, as long as the building fulfills some requirements. So in this graphical representation here, we can see the actual strategies that are being taken to a certain type of building in relation to the baseline or the benchmarking strategy. So this will help to focus our strategy in certain parts of the fire safety levels. And this is very useful in terms of design. Okay, so just make a link with timber buildings here. A hazard analysis is part of any risk assessment, regardless of its complexity. So in timber buildings, we have to take into consideration some special features. So this is just some of them. There are loads, of course. So the first one, increasing frequency and consequences of fires during construction. This is actually a very high risk when it comes to timber buildings, because we have unprotected surfaces, and in a construction site, for example, we have hot works, and this can be a source of ignition for this type of construction. The second one is the increase in fire growth rate timber elements that are exposed. So when we are designing buildings, we have to take care of the amount of timber surfaces that are exposed. We have to find a right balance. And this is a fight between architecture and engineers. And the third one, the potential increase in the frequency of fires starting in cavities and exposed surfaces. This is especially relevant for light timber frame buildings. So we have to take preventive measures to avoid fire spread in cavities. And in fully developed fires, we have an increased heat flux from the compartment to the external facade. So that's why in timber buildings, we usually, the facade elements, on the inside, the amount of timber in these facades are usually very controlled because we can have an increased heat flux on these surfaces and facilitate the facade fire spread. And the fire duration and severity can also be higher when we compare to non-combustible buildings, for example, and we have to take this into consideration. And these are some further readings, if anyone is interested. And I don't think I have more time, right? No? Okay, so thank you.
So thank you for your presentation. We have time for one question.
Thank you, Marcus, for your nice presentation. First one, what you have present is a well-established methodology, or it's already have some input from your part? First one.
It's a well-established. We have specifically for timber buildings, we have this methodology been going around for 24 years. So it's a well-established procedure that works very well for some buildings and for preliminary analysis also. And also one thing that I forgot to mention for rehabilitation purposes. This is already being used here in Portugal. There's one methodology that was developed by LNEC. So this also works for rehabilitation.
Second one, how are you seeking to relate this topic with, I guess you are also interested in the structure of fire behavior of the team.
Yes.
So how do you see it?
Well, during the D&D project, I don't think I will be discussing risk assessment approaches. But for sure, that the work that I'm doing now with the PhD, it's more related with engineering methods, which is part of performance-based approaches, but it has nothing to do with risk. But so my idea was to bring this risk thing to this today, and also to foster a conversation around the fire safety at timber buildings, because I think it's still a misconception when we talk about the fire safety of these structures. And I believe that it all starts here at the university with education, because people don't know too much about the fire safety of timber. So, and I believe that this discussion should start inside our institutions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please have a seat. So next I would like to call Danica Silva. So some technical issue.
This one? Hello, good morning. Greetings to everyone. My name is Danny Kassi. I'm a PhD student at Institute Superior Technical. I'm being supervised by Professor George Vitor, known for being one of the toughest in the country, but he's a very nice guy. Dr. Silva and Dr. Harun Ahmed. I'm also one of the many collaborators of CERIS. I'm delighted to be here to share with you my PhD on carbon-enhanced alkali-activated aluminum silicate industrial waste as full replacement of ordinary Portland cement. So this presentation will include a brief introduction on the topic, the motivation about this research, the materials used to construct the experimental investigation of this research. I would be sharing some headlines about the tasks. I wish I could have the time to share with you many of the results that were obtained. However, I'll share with you the publications on this research. And finally, some acknowledgements to the entities who were supportive to this research. So I'd like to start by highlighting some key global trends driving the need for sustainable building materials. First, let's take a look at the global population. As of 2024, actually not as to 2024, as few minutes before I prepared this presentation, the world's population stands at 8.2 billion people, with a net increase of 60 million people this year alone compared to last year. This growing population creates a significant demand for infrastructure, for new infrastructure, and in the context of infrastructural demand, there is always constant need for new raw materials such as ordinary Portland cement. And ordinary Portland cement had a tremendous and massive production rates in 2013, which is also responsible for major CO2 emissions. For example, for every ton of ordinary Portland cement being produced, there is 0.6 tons of CO2 being emitted to the atmosphere. So the main goal or the motivation of this study is not, at this stage, it's not by cutting ordinary Portland cement completely, as the construction industry heavily depends on this material, essential building material. However, to align with net zero emission scenarios, this material has to be significantly reduced, or the emissions by this material. Thus, investigating new binders is essential at this stage to achieve these goals. Many materials, many binders were explored extensively in the literature, such as fly ash and blast furnace slag. However, these materials are now facing shortage because of shifting to new energy or shifting to cleaner energy and recycled materials. Thus, my PhD topic has two candidates for this replacement, which is electric arc furnace slag. It's a byproduct of steel recycling process, and ground brick, which comes from demolition waste or from fabrication rejects. In my case, it's going to be the fabrication rejects, as this was supplied by Working Fabrications in Portugal. So why consider electric arc furnace slag and ground brick? Well, first of all, they are rich in chemistry. They are aluminosilicate materials. In the case of slag, it's also high. It contains high contents of calcium.
These were proven by performing an X-ray fluorescence analysis. The second point is that they are, at the end, waste materials, byproducts of industrial waste. They are widely available. For example, in some developing countries like Brazil, Russia, India, now are producing a tremendous amount of these materials, which would require the challenges to put these materials and wastes into use instead of leaving them to landfills. And what is also most important, it is considered somewhat amorphous, not completely, but somewhat amorphous and reactive materials when finely ground. Regarding the materials used in my PhD, it's going to be, as I said before, it's electric arc furnace like. Initially, it comes in extensive particle size, which requires crushing and milling before reaching the final product as a powder size, similar to that in ordinary Portland cement. Similar to the electric arc furnace slag is the ground brick, which we receive them in rejects, broken pieces due to transportation error, or even in the manufacturing fabrication, where these pieces start to break. They are very fragile. So instead of reprocessing them, we ground them and try to use them as full replacement for ordinary Portland cement by alkali activation. The alkaline activator in this PhD research consists of two products. One is the sodium silicate, a commercial solution, which comes already with 60% more or less of water and some silicon oxide and sodium oxide contents. The second product is sodium hydroxide pellets, which require dissolving them in water before using them in the mixes. Regarding the tasks, the PhD tasks that I've been doing, the first task was an optimization of the alkaline activator, which consisted of having a matrix of combination between the sodium hydroxide and the sodium silicate to identify the maximum mechanical performance in mortar specimens using different combinations of mass ratios of the alkaline activator. In this task, we compared two curing regimes, which were carbonated specimens and uncarbonated specimens. Carbonated specimens were subjected to an accelerated carbonation curing regime at 5%. And we have identified almost 800% of enhanced performance in mechanical performance of the mortar specimens when carbonated compared with the uncarbonated specimens. Then we shifted to alkali activated paste from the optimal concentrations obtained from task 1 to understand what were the carbonation products that occurred. Why was the enhancement happening with carbonated specimens? To understand what were the reactions occurring in that we have got from the mortar specimens. Then we shifted to having structural grade concrete because we almost achieved 30 megapascal to 35 megapascal of strength in the mortar specimens. However, if you look in that image, that was a concrete cube made from ground brick. It was very challenging to achieve carbonation in the core of the specimens. Thus, we could say that in structural grade concrete, it was very difficult to saturate or inject CO2 into the core of the specimens. So we have shifted into precast elements. We have produced paving blocks, where it can be used in gardens, in pedestrian areas, in places where we can commercialize these products. We have made several tests on the paving blocks, such as slip skid. We have performed also splitting tensile, also resistance to abrasion, thermal conductivity, and so on. We also optimized the mix to have an optimum dry density using Proctor tests, which is very commonly used in pavement design. Finally, Since carbonation was a challenge, even to inject into these paving blocks, we have moved on to masonry hollow blocks, where it has less depth in terms of geometry. And this is the way we would go to commercialize these materials to the industry. Finally, I will perform a simplified life cycle assessment and cost for the CO2 enhanced alkali activated materials. I would like to share with you finally some of the publications that we have made on this topic. Please feel free to ask me about any of the results or further information on this research topic. I'll be very happy to of course, to take any questions as well. These are the entities that were very supportive to my PhD, which I'm very grateful to: FCT, Foundation for Science and Technology, CERIS, the research group, as well as SICA Portugal and RISCO for providing some of the materials of this research. Finally, thank you so much for your attention. Please don't hesitate to ask me any questions.
Okay, guys, we have time for one relatively fast question.
How about shrinkage?
We have performed shrinkage tests. We have identified that some of the specimens with electrified furnace slag almost have 3 times shrinkage of from ordinary Portland cement. However, this was still controlled by having some of the specimens sealed in a dry chamber, especially with the precast elements, and this will not be possible for structural grade concrete. So bad results are still good results, but we have found the answers. You know, these alkali activated materials have so many challenges, which requires also thermal curing in the early stages to have catalyze the reactions of the alkaline activator, which many of the literature also talks about. These are one of the few challenges. Shrinkage, it is one of them.
Yeah, the question is about the forming blocks based on which the materials. Are you planning to do or have you done any durability tests regarding the water reaction, acid or base effect on this consolidated blocks?
On the blocks, not yet, because this is still an ongoing topic, and we have not performed the masonry hollow blocks yet. It's the next stage. I'm in the final year. It's the final campaign that I'm performing. However, we did perform some stability or leachability tests. These materials do leach. We have found some odor in the water where, especially using not these materials, not the ground grit and electrified furnace slag. However, we investigated MIBA, municipal solid waste, bottom ashes, and those were leaching a lot. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hold the panel and call Professor Pereira for the next for the first activity. So thank you. You may go.
Espero não me enganar muito, mas não preciso lembrar disso também.
Não, mas
tem uma apresentação local. Uma apresentação
Da informação sinal que é que vai ser a reunião nessas coisas tudo, mas vai aqui.
Eu vou puxar isto para a saúde mental, para os caminhos, para a gestão das questões e para as capazes. Muito bem, como é que pode precisar saber qual é a contribuição?
Okay. I'll be starting the interview, this activity. So this is a out of the box activity, and not just dealing with the scientific presentations, but we want to give you some hints on some interesting pathways for researchers. First, they talk a lot, so I can't hear you. But we are going to have a specialist in psychologist, interesting for your minds, and especially for those ones involved in research. He's been a specialist working on organization and management of companies, but also on personal motivation areas like sports and performance. So we thought it would be very interesting because most of our PhDs are doing our PhDs, and then afterwards as researchers, we think a lot of what am I going to do next? What's going to be my future? What are my expectations? So this is just a reflection on something to give you some tools that you can think, not solutions. You will find your own solutions. I hope I'm not saying something wrong, but it's important to have tools, to have some hints on what you can reflect upon. And this is the aim of RISCO. It's also the concern we have with the mental health of our researchers, and they are giving them tools to look at their future as a brighter thing that will happen. So thank you very much for coming here with us. I think you have a small presentation, and then we can engage in the talk. We have around 45 minutes to do this, so interactions.
I was asked to present in Portuguese. May I?
Okay. So
I
so
make
it's easier, I think, for to be so this session will be in Portuguese, okay? So there are a few students here that also they are learning Portuguese, so they will understand. Okay. Thank you.
Obrigado a todos, bom dia. Primeiro, como já foi apresentado a Gaspar Pereira, é um gosto de estar aqui. Eu, neste momento, estou ligado, como o professor Vitor esteve a dizer, à área dos riscos psicossociais, à área dos locais de trabalho saudáveis, e a minha preocupação é em criar condições para que as pessoas, nos seus diferentes contextos, no desporto, na universidade, na cerâmica, na indústria cerâmica, há pouco estava a falar ali com a Neuza, e penso que o professor Vitor também tem...
Dessa área.
E eu trabalho neste momento numa empresa que talvez conheçam, que é a LECA Portugal, que está ligada também à cerâmica, na área dos recursos humanos, na área da saúde psicológica, e vim aqui hoje realmente com a expectativa de poder contribuir para um público que, para além de ter que saber gerir as suas vidas, acaba por ter um papel muito importante na gestão da vida de muitas pessoas, porque os engenheiros, esse é o meu percurso de vida nos últimos 30 anos, os engenheiros com quem tenho cruzado são líderes nas organizações e são os grandes impulsionadores seja da pressão no trabalho, seja da introdução de melhoria da vida do trabalho. E por isso eu hoje tinha aqui um pequeno vídeo para introduzir a discussão. Portanto, a discussão, vamos falar de expectativas, mas sobretudo de equilíbrio no trabalho. Vou só fazer aqui uma pesquisa, vamos ver se encontro rapidamente este vídeo. Não é aqui. Já aqui está. Não sei se o som está muito alto. Pessoalmente confirmado que posso mais acelerar? Está o som de música. Às vezes não está muito bom.
Tenta com o nível seu, né?
Não tinha informado, não sei qual.
Eu sou cheio de tanta pessoa.
Vamos fechar para a outra. Vamos fechar para a outra.
Outra aplicação.
Abrir com outra aplicação, sim. Este aqui, né? Sim.
Mas deixe-me já conseguir frente.
Sim. O vídeo que vou passar, estamos a tentar passar, se não conseguiram, sei fazer um exercício de ginástica, vamos ver o que é que segue. É um clipe musical e é uma metáfora do trabalho. Eu queria que no final fizessem as vossas partilhas. O que é que está ali a acontecer que se relaciona também com a vossa vida nos locais de trabalho ou até na faculdade. Penso que na faculdade também acontecem algumas destas coisas. Tecnostress, por exemplo. O tecnostress é algo que está nas nossas vidas hoje. Eu trouxe, inclusive, um cronómetro, porque o tecnostress está muito relacionado com esta compulsão para estar sempre online. Tem várias pessoas que se desligaram da minha apresentação, estão focadas, a sua atenção está focada noutros ecrãs, não é? Estão a tentar dividir a sua atenção e, de facto, o primeiro slide que eu até tenho ali é um slide de um psicólogo, Mihaly Mihaly, tem um nome muito difícil, deve ser polaco, e ele diz que, de facto, a atenção é o nosso recurso mais importante nos dias de hoje. Estamos todos a tentar disputar a atenção, não é? Os dispositivos tecnológicos estão a disputar a nossa atenção, eu estou a disputar a vossa atenção, e no meio disto tudo está o ser humano e estão os resultados que aparecem. Eu comecei a minha vida profissional como psicólogo no Centro de Seleção do Porto, Centro de Classificação e Seleção do Porto. Portanto, era psicólogo e tinha um cronómetro que servia para contar, estamos aqui entre engenheiros, o tempo que cada um tinha para realizar determinados processos cognitivos. Portanto, nós nessa altura dependíamos essencialmente da velocidade do raciocínio das pessoas em diferentes contextos. No cenário de combate, a conduzir veículo. E hoje, isso já não é verdade. Nós hoje temos exponencial capacidade de orientação espacial e estamos muito acelerados, não é? Nós estamos muito acelerados e acelerados também pelos sistemas digitais. Eu vou ter que passar, eu vou passar para o exercício. Porque já viram que os sistemas digitais ainda não são mesmo um dispositivo JPEG ou MP4 na hora certa falha.
Está corrompido.
Mas eu tenho plano B e C. E, portanto, se calhar passamos para a ginástica. Vamos passar para a ginástica.
Não consegue dar um download.
Não vamos conseguir. Conseguimos entrar.
É este aqui.
É esse mesmo. É lá.
O primeiro exercício era baixar durante meia hora as aulas soltas. Para não perder. Quem é que tem coragem para fazer isso? Esse é o certo.
Vamos conseguir. Parte sortes. Comentários. O que é que acharam? O que é que aconteceu? Fantástico. Mas não é mesmo fazer aqui. Muda a placa. Diziam que não entendiam o objetivo. No caso do vídeo, não falei em inglês no vídeo.
Não conseguimos calcular completamente a tecnologia.
Então, essa pode ser uma conclusão.
Mas, outra,
Não sei, vamos ouvir, ainda é essa. Não conseguimos controlar a tecnologia. E as pessoas, conseguimos controlá-las? E no vídeo, havia, conseguiram detectar algum aspecto relevante ligado às máquinas? Tinham algum sistema de monitorização? Tinha. O operador tinha um sistema de monitorização, portanto, chamou as máquinas, não foi? No início, com acordos, inseriu os discos, não foi? E depois o que é que aconteceu?
O operador era uma máquina.
O operador,
Era uma máquina.
essa é a dúvida com que ficamos. Essa é a dúvida com que ficamos. E a questão é, o operador tornou-se, e não sei porque é que chama de operador, o operador tornou-se uma máquina, ou já seria uma máquina? Essa é a dúvida. Os alunos de doutoramento são máquinas cibernéticas, vão se tornar máquinas. Também tem sistemas de upload, de introdução de informação. É isso que estou aqui a fazer também, não é?
Há algo mais também que eu senti com o filme, foi por muito perfeito que sejam as máquinas a tocar digamos, um concerto, uma partitura, falta o fator da imprevisibilidade que não são capazes de criar e portanto, falta a emoção que o ser humano transmite, que uma máquina é algo fria, que não o faz. E esse fator de imprevisibilidade é o que eu encontro no aluno de doutoramento, que nunca será uma máquina, que tem a capacidade para o bem e para o mal de nos desafiar, de nos surpreender durante o doutoramento. E isso eu posso não encontrar na live.
Mas a minha experiência nos contextos de trabalho, particularmente na área da comunicação, é de que quando treinamos processos de comunicação, as pessoas, e curiosamente o professor Ricardo não o fez, porque começou com a palavra sinto, mas nos processos de comunicação as pessoas abdicam de exprimir as suas emoções e sentimentos. E limitam-se a resolver problemas. Estão constantemente a resolver problemas e a promover, porque o trabalho, e não é uma questão ideológica, o trabalho de facto pretende-se que seja eficiente. E nesse sentido, desumaniza. Ele desumaniza. E é por isso que sentimos menos. E eu esta semana estive na Universidade de Coimbra a dar formação para a área de atendimento e eu tenho muita dificuldade em treinar profissionais a gerir emoções. E eu tenho a certeza que vai ser muito fácil treinar algoritmos para serem empáticos. Para treinar algoritmos que não sofram nos locais de trabalho. E tenho a certeza que vamos preferir ser atendidos por algoritmos empáticos, como já é, por exemplo, obrigatório. Você estava a assistir um webinar nos Estados Unidos e já passo a palavra. E vai se tornar obrigatório, por exemplo, na medicina, a utilização de sistemas robóticos para operar pessoas. É obrigatório. Em Portugal já está a acontecer. Porquê? São mais fiáveis do que nós. Eles são mais fiáveis do que nós. Portanto, nós queremos fazer uma operação órgão, definimos os parâmetros, eles próprios já escolhem muitas vezes os parâmetros e vai ser obrigatório porque é melhor ter máquinas a fazer estas operações. E lá ao fundo queria intervir.
Rapidamente, não passei, por exemplo, passando, no ano tem, é um ano de doutoramento, mas passando uma escola industrial, por exemplo, o dia de trabalho extremamente importante, infelizmente, os nossos empresários esquecem de seguir, mas há uma coisa que ainda é pior, é que um operário do seu local de trabalho, ele, se estiver o que está a fazer, está a explicar porquê, e não só dizer, faça isto desta maneira, mas se explicar porquê, E porque é que deve ser assim? Ele é muito mais motivado. E, infelizmente, é uma coisa que não acontece. E o falar com os funcionários, Ricardo, que eles são tão importantes, serem considerados por função em qualquer posição, isso é, às vezes, muito mais motivante do que o E isso também pode acontecer com os alunos do doutoramento.
É? Eles querem ser ouvidos, é isso? Ou precisam de instrução, de acompanhamento, precisam de monitorização do seu estado físico e emocional, como aquelas máquinas, porque ali as máquinas tinham um sistema de ecrãs, com uma série de parâmetros, e o operador ou o líder estava a ver como é que eles estavam, como é que as máquinas estavam a tocar, uma série de indicadores. Nós temos esses indicadores, queremos ter esses indicadores.
Mesmo com máquinas, o erro do operador pode ser até mais de 25%.
Não percebi.
Mesmo na utilização de uma máquina,
Sim.
o erro do operador, o operador está a trabalhar só com uma máquina, né? A máquina toda automática, mas o erro do operador pode ser maior, superior a 25%.
Portanto, está a falar do desempenho.
Com máquinas, basta o homem, o mesmo operador que tenha que carregar um botão, pode influenciar 25% na diferença dos valores dos mercados.
Da máquina.
Sim.
Da máquina.
Sim.
Portanto, a nossa ação sobre a máquina
Sim.
tem um efeito que pode variar.
Pode.
E isso tem a ver com como nós estamos.
Exatamente.
No próprio dia.
Sim.
Como nós estamos no próprio dia. Então, se calhar aqui uma pergunta que eu faria era, os alunos de doutoramento têm este acompanhamento de verificação do vosso bem-estar? Ou estamos só preocupados com os requisitos técnicos da tese e da investigação?
Depende do orientador.
Vamos deixar para o doutoramento.
Mas é verdade, é verdade. É verdade. Depende do supervisor, né, do orientador, e até pode depender do doutorando. Porque nós temos estado a acompanhar uma atleta e estávamos a discutir como é que ela podia chegar à sua zona ótima de funcionamento individual. É uma metodologia que se chama ZOFI para calibrar as emoções dos atletas de maneira a estarem nas melhores condições para que eles jogam, quando vão para uma competição, estarem no seu ponto máximo. E nós temos esta ideia de que os atletas precisam de entrar relaxados, imagino, calmos, e esta atleta dizia-me: não, o que eu preciso do treinador é que ele me insulte cheia de vida. Portanto, ele não pode, para ele estar no melhor, ele não pode tratar de forma doce ou suave. Essa atleta precisa de estimulação. Precisa de estimulação que eleve os seus níveis de vingança, de agressividade, que se fala do seu mal. Mas é verdade, vingança, agressividade, raiva, para, naquele período breve, que só tem uma opção, um tempo finito, ter o melhor desempenho. Portanto, depende do orientador, mas também depende do orientando.
Exatamente.
Também depende do orientando. Quantos aqui gostam de ser tratados de forma rude? Gosto de feedback incisivo. Gosto de ser incisivos consigo. Não estejam com rodeios.
Agora já acabou, não é?
Sim, eu este fim de semana estive num encontro de psicólogos e veio um especialista, um investigador, veio apresentar estudo sobre psicoterapia, fez meta-análise sobre o impacto da psicoterapia e trouxe-nos informação desagradável. A informação desagradável é que, de um modo geral, a psicoterapia, na meta-análise, não produz muitos benefícios, mas sabemos que 10% dos terapeutas produzem grandes benefícios, 10% dos psicoterapeutas pioram os pacientes E depois o resto está ali pela média. Ou seja, o terapeuta é importante, o orientador é importante, a frequência da psicoterapia é importante. Isto é, o estudo dizia que uma vez por mês não tinha melhorias. A partir de 2 vezes por mês já notávamos algumas melhorias na intervenção. E depois, o que é que tem influência significativa no tratamento? Atender às preferências do doente, do cliente. Nós temos que perceber como é que o cliente quer ser tratado. Se quer ser tratado de forma rude, se quer ter apoio, se quer ser ouvido, se quer fazer brainstorming. Isto é, nós temos que, com o cliente, dar-lhe a escolher como é que ele quer ser ouvido e atendido. Isto faz sentido? Sim. Ou seja, nós somos pessoas que vamos mudando e às vezes quer um roast, às vezes quer que destrua isto, mas depois de fazer um roast e de aceitar algumas alterações, se calhar quer que veja alguma coisa de positivo no que fiz, não é? E não continuar no roast até eu desmobilizar e desistir. Há um treinador chamado Lou Olds, um grande treinador americano, que tem uma máxima que é para motivar, eliminem-se os desmotivados. Ou seja, numa lógica de seleção, eu levo as pessoas ao máximo de pressão para fazer uma filtragem. Eliminem-se os desmotivados. Faz sentido em contextos de desporto de elite, faz sentido em contextos de investigação de elite, não sei. Não sei. Digam-me vocês, o que é que nós sabemos? Sim.
Eu acho que ele evoluiu um ponto, por acaso passa também. É tangível esta parte da motivação, e há existe uma questão especial, principalmente na geração mais nova, da geração D e a millennials, que é nós nos praticamos, principalmente o doutoramento, quem dá no mercado de trabalho, e não sabe o que é que está a fazer. E eu acho que grande parte da desmotivação e da confusão vem daí, porque não existe uma explicação social do que é um doutoramento e para que é que serve isto, ou o que é. E começam daí a surgir também muitas motivações e questões do que é que eu estou a fazer na vida. E não sei, mas eu sinto a minha geração, também há tanto não gosto de ver muitos escritórios assim, mas procura pouco ler, que é, nós muitas gerações têm a ver com os nossos pais. Mas somos uma geração que sonha, aos 27 anos, ter casa própria, carro próprio, não ter dívidas e ter uma carreira estável. Só que a explicação também do que é o doutoramento, a importância de se calhar ser precário, porque é um estado transitório e a independência, eu acho que o doutoramento por si também já vai fazer a seleção natural do que é aquilo o caminho para ser um doutor em filosofia. Andar no limiar da ciência e do conhecimento.
Nós queremos isso, uma seleção natural. Nós queremos, por exemplo, num contexto de formação que é educação, nós queremos que se operem mecanismos de seleção natural ou queremos criar condições para que cada um, de facto, apresente os melhores resultados. O que é que nós queremos neste contexto, não é? É adaptar a realidade para tornar o mais favorável possível o contexto a que cada um de nós traduza o seu potencial num resultado, ou queremos, de facto, produzir um escola? Queremos produzir uma elite. O que é que queremos? Já estão a operar as duas forças, não é?
Pois, eu princípio faz parte da teoria da evolução da idade, foi a seleção natural das coisas, mas nós fazemos a filosofia judaico-cristã, é também um bocado dar as suas obras como ser humano mesmo, porque cada um tem a sua capacidade e a sua forma diferente, eu acho. Às vezes, eu costumo dizer, é como aprender línguas. Há quem não aprenda línguas na sala de aulas, mas se for para o mundo real, aprendes muito melhor quem fala e aprende bem na sala de aulas.
Está-me a dizer que gerações, sistemas de crenças, interferem no nosso equilíbrio e no nosso desempenho e nas nossas expectativas. É isso, as expectativas da geração millennial ou Z elevam ou baixam a fasquia em certos parâmetros. É isso? O que os estudos dizem sobre as gerações é que é um construto sem evidência. Isto é, há tanta variabilidade dentro da geração, de cada geração, que não é preditor. Embora seja um construto prático. Não é? Nós temos as pessoas em caixas e dizemos que comportas desta maneira, tu és um baby boomer, e não é verdade. Nós sabemos que a motivação é intrínseca e que a motivação, as prioridades das motivações são diferentes de pessoa para pessoa. Há pessoas para quem toda a gente se lembra da pirâmide de motivações do Maslow, fala de necessidades fisiológicas, portanto, comer, beber, sexo, necessidades de integração, necessidades sociais, autoestima, realização. O que nós sabemos é que essa pirâmide não é real e que as pessoas têm pirâmides de motivações pessoais e únicas. Por exemplo, há pessoas aqui que, para entregar um trabalho, não almoçarão, não vão satisfazer as suas necessidades fisiológicas, vão deixar isso para o fim. Porquê? Porque para elas é mais importante a honra e o compromisso. E, portanto, vão deixar a comida para o fim. Isto é, a pirâmide de Maslow e as motivações intrínsecas e as expectativas dependem da organização, da arrumação de cada um. O que implica que, por um lado, nós temos que conhecer as preferências do outro. Isto é, o orientador deve conhecer as preferências do outro. Deve, tanto quanto possível, como um treinador, conhecer muito bem cada um dos elementos da sua equipa. Não é? Como um estratega militar, um estratega desportivo. Como é que o Romeu Amorim tirou partido da sua equipa? Conhecendo muito bem, selecionando também muito bem, mas conhecendo muito bem os talentos de cada um, individuais. Portanto, há aqui um aspecto na gestão do outro que resulta de eu conhecer quais são as expectativas daquela pessoa. Há pessoas para quem ter um resultado, uma nota muito alta no doutoramento, é o que o motiva. Isto é uma das dimensões da motivação. Poder. Poder é ambição, é querer ser o melhor. Querer ter o melhor resultado. Querer ter a melhor nota. Aqui aos tempos estive numa empresa, é uma empresa que acumulou uma dívida monumental em Portugal, uma multinacional. E eles tinham uma filosofia chamada BOB. A filosofia BOB significa Only the best of the best. E, portanto, essa empresa, e ainda estamos a pagar as contas dela, tinha os melhores equipamentos, o melhor software, os melhores profissionais, e isso estava relacionado com a ambição individual daqueles gestores, daquelas pessoas que podem contagiar as outras. Se do outro lado houver também a mesma apetência, porque se não houver, vamos ter que estar num processo de inoculação constante, de tensão e de ambição. E os alunos de doutoramento, os orientadores, se calhar talvez vivam numa tensão. Eu já tive orientadores que tinham poucas expectativas, portanto não geravam a tensão que eu queria, e também já tive orientadores que estavam a pedir muito mais do que aquilo que eu queria entregar naquela altura, ou eu não queria aquele nível de desempenho. Portanto, isto tem que ser afinado em termos de preferências e não pode ser dissociado também das instituições onde estamos inseridos, onde também existe um DNA. As empresas têm um DNA próprio que procuram contagiar as pessoas à sua volta. Imagino que a visão aqui da Universidade de Aveiro tem um DNA elevado, ambicioso. É bom, only the best of the best. Portanto, contagiar as pessoas. Eu, se calhar, daria só aqui, vejo que o Vitor me está a acelerar, já está a dar essa explicação. Estava só aqui duas notas para fechar. Uma primeira, no vídeo vimos a importância de monitorizar as máquinas e, portanto, é importante desenvolvermos o que a lei hoje, a lei europeia e portuguesa, diz que temos de monitorizar as pessoas, a saúde das pessoas, com princípios, com cuidados. Portanto, temos que avaliar a sua saúde psicológica no processo. Ao longo do doutoramento, eu não sei se a universidade tem previsto a avaliação de riscos psicossociais aos orientadores e orientantes, mas deveria haver um processo de monitorização do estado de saúde psicológica das pessoas inseridas no processo. Para quê? Para evitar o que aconteceu no vídeo. O que é que aconteceu no vídeo? Houve ali uma falha de luz, houve ali um pico de energia e as pessoas entraram em stress, em burnout, e eu acredito que no doutoramento as taxas de abandono não sejam iguais à do ensino geral, mas as do ensino geral são elevadas. É um número muito significativo, o que significa que nós não fizemos um trabalho de acompanhamento, de integração e depois de acompanhamento do bem-estar dessas pessoas. Eu ainda queria fazer uma nota importante, porque eu vejo que há muitas pessoas da construção civil. Eu há cerca de 6 anos fui à Universidade Nova, assisti a uma conferência de Sir Gay Cooper, portanto é um investigador, e ele apresentou-nos uma informação muito interessante, que era, no Reino Unido, há cerca de 6 anos, no setor da construção civil, tinham morrido por acidentes de trabalho cerca de 40 pessoas. 40 pessoas têm problemas físicos. Sabem quantas pessoas morreram por suicídio? Tem ideia? Mais que eu. O valor era de 500 pessoas. Morreram 40 pessoas por acidentes físicos, ou seja, nós evoluímos muito e conseguimos controlar essa dimensão. Morreram 500 pessoas por suicídio na construção civil. Hoje ele compôs isto e sabemos, ele apresentou que a maioria dessas pessoas eram migrantes. Portanto, eram pessoas que tinham más condições de acolhimento, isoladas da sua família. O acompanhamento é importante. No processo de doutoramento e depois de integração profissional, eu diria que há 4 fases. Uma primeira fase de enamoramento. Nós, quando formos, se calhar até nesta fase de doutoramento, queremos fazer as coisas, queremos afirmar-nos, queremos aprender. Isso leva normalmente a uma sobrecarga de trabalho. Nós vamos chamando a novas responsabilidades, vamos chamando a novos desafios e variáveis, e isso acaba por ter consequências. Esse chamar a nós pode ocorrer como orientando ou como orientador, leva muitas vezes a entremos em desequilíbrio. E normalmente o que é que as pessoas fazem? Trabalham mais depressa, procuram trabalhar mais depressa e procuram trabalhar fora de horas, não é? Portanto, trabalhamos mais depressa, trabalhamos fora de horas. E se isto não for ajustado, e alinhamos-nos progressivamente com os valores das organizações. Portanto, nós vamos, a geração Z, bem-estar, vai entrar numa organização exigente, das duas uma. Ou sai e procura uma mais adequada ao seu estilo de vida, ou a organização procura satisfazer os requisitos do seu estilo de vida saudável. Mas o que nós sabemos é que na segunda etapa, o que as pessoas fazem é, em vez de se apoiarem, melhorarem os processos, trabalham mais depressa e trabalham mais horas. E se isto não for, se não houver apoio, pode ocorrer justamente o isolamento, que era a situação que estava a apresentar. Ou o trabalhador, ou o orientando-se, começa a isolar, ou quem está a chefiar isola a pessoa também. Esta pessoa não viu os requisitos, não faz parte do meu grupo e começa a isolá-la também. E esse é o processo que pode, se a pessoa não tiver autocuidados, conduzir a um stress que é disfuncional, dificuldades de sono, que ocorre em cerca de 30% da nossa população. Não sei como é que está no doutoramento, imagino que vocês sejam capazes de gerir isto melhor. Ao abandono da prática de estilos de vida saudáveis, alimentação e exercício físico, e no limite, se não for dado o apoio psicológico, as pessoas entram em depressão, podem entrar em burnout, e esperemos que não cheguem naturalmente ao desenvolvimento da ideação suicida, que não é tão incomum quanto isso. É muito fácil entrar em ideação suicida, sobretudo se nos sentirmos o assédio moral ou de outra natureza. Fechava com uma frase.
Não posso só
Com certeza. voltando à questão do doutoramento, o processo de doutoramento, pelo menos na minha opinião, é um processo de superação própria, um processo de resiliência, é um caminho que não se faz só, mas que se faz, como disse, com a equipa de supervisão, não é? Este processo de superação e resiliência é já uma prova, digamos, que ele ou ela, não é? É capaz de tirar o melhor de si, não é? Portanto, quando, de facto, gera expectativa, uma fase mais final, tem que se aperceber de que aquilo que fez para trás foi muito, não é? Eu recordo uma frase que um professor da Faculdade Industrial do Porto, já faleceu, o professor Raimundo Delgado, dizia nas provas de doutoramento que lá participei, lembro dos ou três, ele tinha sempre uma frase final, dizia, muito interessante, dizia assim: vejo perfeitamente que este candidato, esta candidata, fez o doutoramento, porque estudou um assunto até o limite das suas forças. E até o limite das suas forças é um processo, é um processo de preparação, não é? E a pergunta que eu faria, como orientador ou como candidato de doutoramento, ou candidata, este processo de resiliência e superação, não é? Baseia-se só nessa relação. Como é que se pode criar essa relação para que, de facto, esteja sempre... A sua pergunta é muito relevante. Os estudos também mostram que quando queremos muito algo, estamos disponíveis para fazer sacrifícios. E esses sacrifícios, se estiverem alinhados com realmente as nossas motivações, com as expectativas alinhadas com aquilo que verdadeiramente queremos, não custam. Vou dar só um exemplo. Recentemente tive uma empresa têxtil aqui na zona centro e, curiosamente, os imigrantes tinham indicadores de saúde e bem-estar melhores do que os nossos. Porquê? Porque eles estão disponíveis para o sacrifício. Eles vêm para melhorar a vida das suas famílias e estão disponíveis a trabalhar em condições de trabalho inadequadas, fora de horas, sem férias, e o sacrifício é natural. Portanto, quando existe o sacrifício, este espírito de missão, o propósito, não é fácil, mas permite-nos superarmos. A questão é, há momentos em que pode haver necessidade de apoio ou de ajuda. Há momentos em que as pessoas vão precisar de descansar, em vez de desistir, e há momentos em que as pessoas têm que recuperar para não entrar em exaustão. E isso significa que têm que ser capazes de investigar, descansar, brincar e dormir. São 4 pilares, não é? Portanto, trabalhar, depois trabalhar, descansar, brincar aqui é lá, e dormir. E se conseguirmos ter estes 4, e o propósito, a caminhada pode ser muito proveitosa, e o sacrifício pode dar-nos sentido, se soubermos onde vamos chegar. Portanto, a sua pergunta fez muito sentido, e imagino que muitas pessoas comunguem desse propósito, dessa capacidade de sacrifício. Fechava com uma frase final do bastonário da Ordem dos Psicólogos, num livro que ele escreveu recentemente, que no segundo capítulo diz que o bem-estar não é um luxo, é uma necessidade. Portanto, deixo-vos aqui esta nota final, que é da nossa responsabilidade promover individualmente e nas organizações o bem-estar, que não é um luxo, é uma necessidade. Muito obrigado.
Que é incentivo e aumentem a vossa capacidade de chegar ao vosso orientador e decidam o seu Paulo convosco, não é? Primeiro, depois também para a geração de sair milénia, é curioso dizer que há 40 anos atrás eu tinha exatamente os mesmos receios que vocês têm, que o Marcelo escreveu hoje. Da casa, sair de casa, levar o emprego, da estabilidade. Portanto, as gerações entre si, a A, B, C, D até a Alfa, a Olga, eu acho que não tem desígnios diferentes, a história repete-se. Temos os mesmos sonhos na mesma altura e depois temos um combate para fazer pela vida por todo o resto. Eu não sei se isto... Eu ia lhe lançar esta questão.
Eu assino por baixo.
Eu não vejo diferenças entre gerações. Estou a convencer que os vossos orientadores tinham os mesmos desejos que vocês, estou a olhar no grupo a 2, não vou dizer há 30 anos atrás, mas há 20 e poucos anos, quase 10 anos atrás, tinham os mesmos desejos que vocês. E, portanto, essa é uma grande motivação para vocês falarem sobre isso e sobre o vosso trabalho público. Acho que essa é a grande força que nós podemos aqui, risco e continuidade de investigação, incentivar esse diálogo, porque a unidade de investigação melhorará se nós tivermos aqui pessoas mais satisfeitas com o lugar e com o seu estilo de vida e com aquilo que estão a fazer neste momento na sua vida. Muito obrigado pelos ensinamentos e por esta reflexão. E muito obrigado. Muito obrigado. Vamos aproveitar agora meia hora para a necessidade de alimentação. Temos ali um copo de leite e temos ali um copo de alimentar. Às 11h30.
E vai apresentar agora a Margarida, vai já dizer que aqui, a Margarida.
Obrigada. Sobre aquilo que eu tenho falado, obviamente, já estou vontade.
João, quero buscar, mas não pode tomar o café. Vamos lá, para melhorar a transmissão, agarrar um café.
Demora 3 minutos.
Achar que é importante.
Então, é só esperar
É o Filipe, é a Verónica, é a Margarida Ribeira e a Maria Colega do Well, good morning to everyone again. I hope you have enjoyed the coffee break. It's always a good opportunity to share knowledge and to make new contacts. Now we will start the second panel dedicated to sustainability. This panel is entitled by Sustainable Solutions for the Built Environment. Well, we are in time, but just a reminder for the speakers, you have more or less 8 to 10 minutes for presenting, with 2 additional minutes for discussion, okay? So the first presentation is entitled by Energy and Thermal Comfort Radiant Floor Systems, and the speaker is the PhD student Philippe Romeu. Philippe Romeu is a FCT doctoral scholarship holder, and his research is focused on the study of heating floor systems incorporating phase change materials. So, Philippe, the stage is yours. Thanks whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much, Antonio. Good morning, everyone, once again. And it's a pleasure of mine to be here and to talk a little bit about the work I've been doing during my PhD. Of course, it's not always a lone work because it's a shared work with my supervisors. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the thermal and energy performance of a radiant floor system incorporating phase change materials. And in the following minutes, I'm going to try to cover these topics to answer to the why, the what, and the how this research was carried out. First and foremost, what was my motivation? The motivation, I believe, is a shared motivation between a lot of us here, is to contribute for the reduction of the carbon emissions from fossil fuels. However, recent reports and news show that these emissions continue to rise. This means that we all face a disturbing question we must ask ourselves. Is it too late to keep global warming below 1.5 degrees Celsius? And what is the role of buildings in these carbon emissions? Well, the literature reveals that the buildings are responsible for about a third of the global energy consumption. And within this slice, 40 to 60% is related to HVAC. So thermal comfort is still the leading cause for buildings' energy consumption. What can we do as researchers and engineers to contribute to reduce this behavior and these energy consumptions in buildings without compromising thermal comfort? So what we have chosen to focus on was on the building physics, particularly in radiant floor systems. These are heating and cooling systems, which presents a series of advantages and, of course, some related challenges. The advantages are they are efficient indoor heating and cooling systems to begin with. They can perform or provide a uniform temperature distribution with minor vertical asymmetry, and they have some advantages over all air convective systems, which relates to the no transportation of allergens. They can perform in a low temperature heating and high temperature cooling, which further promotes energy efficiency and are compatible with a series of renewable energy sources. On the other hand, we face changes related to its materials in terms of thermal inertia and thermal physical characteristics, and in terms of the system design, efficiency, its operating conditions, and when we work on cooling operation, we also face condensation problems. So the main research question is, if we want to aim for high thermal comfort and energy efficiency, can radiant floor systems be improved by incorporating phase change materials? And to answer that question, we have established a series of specific objectives, and in the case of this work, we have chosen to evaluate the impact of a microencapsulated phase change material in the radiant floor system. So we developed a heavyweight solution. We studied a mortar with incorporation of this microencapsulated PCM, subjected the radiant floor system with this mortar to different heating operation, and we have evaluated its thermal and energy performance. The first step was to develop this mortar incorporating a microencapsulated PCM, which is an organic-based PCM with a melting range temperature between 25 to 27-ish degrees Celsius. I would like to highlight the major differences between this developed mortar with PCM and the reference mortar without incorporation of this material. Basically, or the key differences are related to its thermal conductivity, which almost reduced to all, and an increase, a considerable increase in the specific heat of this new developed mortar. Secondly, we have used this mortar and built some experimental setups. In this case, two specimens were constructed, only differing in the mortar solution, one with the PCM and the other one the reference solution. So each experimental setup encompasses an enclosure structure to simulate a small-scale thermal zone. And these were equipped with a series of thermal sensors, although we are going to focus in this presentation only in the central location of the thermal sensor, either located at the floor surface and embedded within the mortar medium. This experimental setup was then subjected to different heating strategies. I bring here two of them. One is controlled by a timer, and the heating schedule was selected to simulate the combination of a renewable solar energy availability, so daytime operation, and off-peak electricity periods, so meaning nighttime operation. And the second heating strategy was defined by imposing a surface floor temperature set point to control the heat source. This means that the heat source starts when the surface floor of the radiant floor system reaches the minimum value of 20 degrees and keeps heating until it reaches the maximum value established as 27 degrees. As results, we have obtained some interesting sites of the behavior. So what we have observed was that under heating strategy 1, which was a timer controlled strategy, we have observed that at the surface of the floor, we can see in the left graphical representation, the green line, the green series is the thermal behavior of the radiant flow system with the phase change material incorporated. And we saw that we could actually reduce the thermal fluctuation of the floor surface of this radiant flow system comparing to the high thermal fluctuation of the reference one. And what happens inside the mortar medium of relevance? Well, the right side of the graphic shows that the temperatures experienced within the mortar with the PCM are able to promote the phase change material to phase change to occur twice in 24 hours. Regarding heating strategy 2, what we have observed was that due to the thermophysical properties of the mortar with PCM, the radiant flow system, the heat source of the radiant flow system only activates twice in a 72-hour period of test, comparing to the 12 activations of the radiant flow system without PCM. This is related to the lower thermal conductivity of the mortar medium and with the higher specific heat. So these are the main conclusions. These are the main results from this heating strategy 2. And within the mortar medium, what we have observed was that the temperatures of the radiant flow system within the mortar medium of the radiant flow system with the phase change material were able to overcome the phase change temperature range. However, these temperatures were not kept for enough time to mobilize, to completely mobilize phase change. And this leads to the energy performance of the radiant flow systems. And what we have seen was that the thermal physical properties of the radiant flow system with the mortar with PCM impaired its performance, its energy performance. So operational control conditions are key. Finally, some final thoughts and some key conclusions from this study was that the incorporation of the PCM into the mortar posed additional challenges to the radiant flow system performance. And as we have seen, operation control strategies are key. The intermittent control strategy controlled by a timer revealed that the radiant flow system with PCM exhibited minor temperature fluctuations, able to mobilize the phase change to occur twice in 24 hours. On the other hand, when the heat source was controlled by a temperature of the floor surface, we have observed that the radiant flow system with PCM activated or operated for longer times than the reference system. But nevertheless, it resulted in smoother operation of the heat source, attenuated temperature fluctuations, and avoided peak heating loads. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you for the excellent presentation. We have time for a couple of questions. Please feel free to ask Philip.
What's the next step in terms of trying to know more about these effects?
Great question. We are trying to, we are actually studying now a different radiant flow system design with macro encapsulated PCM. So we are trying to study lower thermal inertia, quicker response, and increased volume of PCM incorporated. Also, we have an experimental prototype with 2 different temperatures for the PCM to study heating and cooling within the same system. And the next step is to bring all of this knowledge to a computer and try to perform some numerical simulations to study the impact of PCM volume, different materials, different thermophysical properties of the mortar, etc.
Just one more question. Well, I have one question. Well, this is a word that is really familiar for me. But my question is, you said during the presentation that the operational control conditions are the key. So do you believe that this kind of systems could be commanded by, I don't know, maybe an artificial intelligence systems to improve the energy efficiency?
Actually, the literature reveals that there are some AI-based models to predict meteorological conditions and to give orders to the radiant floor to heat. And also, they cross this information with energy cost, and they perform heating or cooling of the radiant flow system accordingly. However, when we incorporate phase change materials, we change the variables of the thermophysical response of the mortar. So I would say it's a way to go, but the high thermal inertia of these systems and the thermophysical properties of the phase change materials may be an additional challenge worth studying.
Thank you again, Philip.
Thank you.
Let's now move on to the second presentation with Veronica Brandão. Just a second to change the presentation. Well, Veronica Brandão is a PhD student in our department. Her research is focused on the life cycle assessment and green roofs. And today she will present hydrological performance of green roofs, a literature review. So, Veronica, the stage is yours.
Bom dia. My name is Veronica. So thank you for the presentation. I'm also part of Sessão, and I'm also part of RISCOday'2024, is a life cycle assessment research group. And my supervisor is Professora Inês and Ana Cláudia Dias. This is a working group that we have made. Is a literature review that I'm going to present for you today. And first of all, I'm really happy to have your attention here to show a bit of our work in hydrological performance of green roofs. So in the first moment, I'm going to give you a context, how we use the methods to find our results. And the story begins when we need to manage the life cycle of the water in our cities. Because if we go up on our city and see on Google Maps or in a drone, we see our urban spaces. We have rain and roads, sidewalks, roofs, or parking lots. So we have an increase in our impermeable surface, and that's not good because it's harder to manage all that water that we have on our rains. We have less retention and the retention of the water, so we have a higher volume and higher flow rate. It can be because we have an ongoing population growth, and also the people are moving from the rural areas to urban areas, and climate change is not making the things going easier because we have more extreme and more frequent weather events occurring globally. So we can see that green roofs can be a possibility to relieve a bit our drainage systems because we have a huge amount of area in our roofs, and it's a great possibility to help us to retain that water from the rain and study the hydrological performances of that kind of roofs, the green roofs. It's important so we can make a better work on that scope. So our literature review were made in 2 steps, previous reviews, and we made a new search. One study that we can highlight is the study of Tseng et al. That is a really recent, extensive, and summarized study and it's very well done, very good structure, because he gave us all the samples in a form of tables and allowed us to do a cumulative approach. So he looked for studies since January 1950 to 2020, and were found 75 studies and more than 2,000 of samples. And the samples can be for runoff retention and also peak runoff retention rate. And in the second step, we made our search from 2020. And in our search, we could find 19 studies, and it is around 25% of these first studies and only less than 4 years. So we can understand that the interest about this subject is increasing. And in our results, we could see that the most frequent, we have from 90 to 100% of the rainfall events occurring here in this runoff retention and peak runoff retention. So we can see that we have more frequent and lower intensity rainfall events. And we understand that location is very important to understand where our roofs are located, because the climate is different and the rainfall events are different depending where are located. So we also have a distribution of the studies also by climate, is a Copenhagen classification. And we also compared roofs that are in the same area, like a Mediterranean climate. In a runoff, it's just quite the same, but when we see the peak retention can be different. And it occurs because we have a different kind of variables that a roof can be. For example, the characteristics of the roof or the prior condition from the precipitation events, the season, and also the moisture content. So it's important to explore this area, and because we can find a range of benefits, not just in buildings, but also in the city level. So I would like to thank you all and everybody that support my studies. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Veronica, for the excellent presentation. So we have time for one question.
I'm going to ask a question anyway, but they're very quick. Veronica, just very interesting. I'm actually thinking about putting a green roof in my house. So
yeah.
But so when you have to install this, I understand that some of these green roofs might be quite heavy. So how does it work if the house has not been designed, to support like this, or is this like actually not that heavy and it's just in my mind? And you can also comment a little bit more about the thermal isolation, because I think this is also good for thermal isolation.
Yeah, it's good for thermal isolation and also for soundproofing. Your first question was about
the weight.
The weight, yeah. It depends, because we have 3 kinds of green roofs, like more lighters and also heavier. So we need to see your case and see what you have in your building and the structure that you have. So it's case by case that we need to analyze as to install a roof. But I think it's possible to find a way for each person or for each building that, of course, we need to analyze each case individually.
Okay. Thank you, Victor. Thank you again, Veronica.
Thank you.
let's move into the third presentation. The speaker is Margarida Freire. She's a PhD student in our department. Her PhD research focused on coastal engineering, specifically on numerical modeling of coastal zones evolution. And today she will present the guidelines for artificial nourishment intervention, improving design processes. Just a second, Margarida.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Antonio, for introducing me. First of all, I would like to thank RISCO Coordination for the opportunity to present my PhD research here at RISCOday'. The title of my PhD is Guidelines for Artificial Nourishment Interventions, Improving Design Process, and my supervisors are Professor Ricardo and Professor Paulo Silva. My PhD focuses on the topic of coastal engineering, more specifically on numerical modeling of coastal zones evolution and artificial sand nourishments to mitigate coastal erosion. Today, I will present a summary of my PhD research and present the main results achieved until the moment. Coastal areas are the most populated territories on the Earth. However, according to several research studies, we are losing our beach due to coastal erosion that puts people and goods at risk. It is estimated that 24% of the world's sandy beach are under erosion, and in Portugal, 45% of the sandy beach facing the same problem. To mitigate coastal erosion, in the last decades, artificial nourishments become one of the main coastal interventions. This intervention consists of human-induced large volumes of sand to a coastal area, acting directly on the cause of the erosion and allowing the beach to maintain their recreational and protective functions. However, nourishments are not permanent solutions, and the natural distribution of the sediments lead to the need for regular interventions. A literature review published in 2020 in Artur highlights that the future demand for higher volumes of sediments will increase nourishment costs. This is particularly important for countries with low financial resources, since, as indicated in the IPCC report, the capacity to adopt adaptive plans for coastal erosion is largely dependent on the financial resources of the countries. Additionally, parametric studies developed at the beginning of my PhD shows that artificial sand nourishments are the most efficient measure to mitigate the risk of coastal erosion in sandy beach like the Portuguese West Coast, but there is still several research gaps into understanding the performance and longevity of the intervention. Thus, the main question that supports my PhD research is how effective are the artificial nourishments to mitigate coastal erosion in a long-term perspective. The research method defined to develop the PhD based on numerical modeling, since the results provided by the models allow to compare solutions and to obtain long-term analysis. There are several numerical models of coastal zones evolution, but as presented in the figure in the slide, due to the complexity of describing all the coastal process and evolved timescales, most models focus on specific process. They are generally divided in cross-shore numerical models that simulate short to medium-term events, and long-term models that allow to develop long-term analysis related with years, but usually the long-term models do not merge cross-shore and long-shore process of sediment transport and only consider the long-shore sediment transport. And in 2003, Hanson et al. Suggested that the future developments on numerical modeling of coastal zones evolution must focus on integration of existing numerical models. So, my PhD comprises two main objectives. The first is related to improve the numerical modeling abilities of a long-term model that was developed in 2005 in the University of Aveiro, called LTC. The goal is to implement the cross-shore process in the LTC, and this is a way to obtain an innovative long-term model able to merge cross-shore and long-shore process of sediment transport. The second is to apply the model to study artificial sand nourishments. To achieve the objectives defined for the PhD, a research plan was defined that comprised four main phases. The first related with literature review, the second and third related with model development and application, And finally, to write and presenting the PhD thesis. At this moment, I'm finalizing the third part. Regarding the model development, it was developed a medium to long-term model that merged cross-shore and long-shore process of sediment transport that, based on the recommendation presented by Hanson et al., integrates the results of two existing numerical models, namely LTC and CS model. As presented in the figure in the slide, the model applies a cycle structure that is repeated over a number of time steps. At each time step, both models are run, and the sediment volumes calculated by each model are integrated and used to update the beach morphology. With this numerical approach, we can combine the longshore sediment transport process with the cross-shore process related with sandbar burn dynamics, dune erosion due to wave impact, and wind blow sand transport. As a result, we can track the evolution of the shoreline position, but also the evolution of the dune system. This is particularly valuable when studying artificial sand nourishments because allows to obtain the different impacts of the intervention on the morphological evolution of the coastal areas. The effectiveness of the model for studying artificial sand nourishments is demonstrated through the numerical studies that has been conducted and published as part of my PhD. For instance, my initial studies focus on investigating the effect sand artificial nourishments deposited in the submerged sandbar. And with these numerical studies, the results allow to obtain the impact of the intervention on the shoreline position and discuss the time required for the nourishment sediments reach the coast. The second studies focus on investigate the effectiveness of reinforcing dune systems through sand nourishments. In these studies, we discuss the impact of the intervention on the shoreline position and in the evolution of the dune system, discussing the evolution of the parameters related with the dune position and the dune volume. And finally, the third studies add to the previous the effect of aerial sediment transport, discussing the importance of this process for dune systems recovery over time. In terms of impact on the scientific community, the proposed numerical approach allows to conduct long-term analysis at regional scales with a low computational effort and overcome some numerical limitations identified in the most recent models developed with the objective of integrating cross-shore and long-shore process of sediment transport from a medium to long-term perspective. I don't have time to explore in detail these numerical limitations, but overall they are related with the number of processes simulated and the step-by-step integration of process. In terms of impact on the society, it is considered that the results of the PhD can support coastal management and coastal studies. The model allows to obtain the evolution of several coastal parameters that are important for coastal management, such shoreline and dune position, dune and sandbar volume, and burn width. And this thus, when applied for studying artificial sand nourishments, the model can assist the design of the intervention, evaluating how evolved the benefits of the intervention, and is a way to answer to the main question initially defined for the PhD, related to evaluate the effectiveness of artificial sand nourishments to mitigate coastal erosion. In conclusion, my PhD tries to contribute to research related with coastal erosion. Coastal erosion is a natural risk that increasingly challenges coastal communities, leading the competent authorities to implement mitigation measures and adaptive plans to protect people and goods. The research conducted in my PhD, based on a long-term perspective, introduces a numerical tool that can assist the competent authorities in defining these adaptive plans for coastal erosion and achieve a more effective and sustainable coastal management. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Margarida, for this interesting presentation. We have 2 minutes for questions. Please. Professor Romeu.
Congratulations, Margarida. I know more or less your work. You can have 2 or 3 different forums. This question might be a repetitive, but taking into account what happened like 2 days ago in Valencia, do you foresee that you can develop models to take into account more extreme events when, you know, estimating shoreline evolution?
Okay, thank you for your question. I think that related with very energetic climates in the coast, we have the coastal floodings and overtopping events. I think that the model can assist this management related with overtopping events, because the model has the potentiality to evaluate overtopping, and with the model we can discuss, for instance, the effectiveness of artificial soil nourishments to reduce overtopping events. For instance, when we put the sand in the dune system, we can mitigate the number of overtopping. And with this reduce the overtopping events is a positive impact of sand artificial nourishments, but there are other positive impacts. For instance, increase the berm width. So we need to define the objective for the artificial nourishment intervention and discuss with the model. We can discuss this kind of advantage of each intervention.
And for one more question, Professor Ricardo, civil learning. From what you have learned now with the modeling, are you able to say what is the best management strategy to apply, or services? It might depend on the specific case.
Thank you for your question. It's a very interesting question, and one of the main questions for my PhD research. For now, I have to say that the best strategy to do a nourishment depends on the objective defined for the nourishment. For instance, I can put the sand in the submerged sandbar, but is an intervention that does not have a direct impact on the shoreline. We can put the sand in directly on the beach. That is more expensive, but we increase the berm width immediately. Or we can put the sand in the dune system. And we can, for instance, decrease the number of overtopping events. So when we design a nourishment intervention, we need to define the objective for the intervention. I think that the important point is that the model allows to evaluate how evolve these benefits in function of the design parameters. We can test several options and share with the coastal management entities the benefits that is expected with the intervention.
Does the model, just looking at what you said, does the model insert the history of that particular,
yes,
the last 20 years that evolved, because that has a certain characteristic?
Yeah, is a key parameter to use this kind of models. It's calibrated and validated the model with historical data. So before we apply the model to study design, to study the design of the interventions, we have to calibrate and validate the model with the historical of interventions in the model.
Thank you all. Margarida, I have a question for you, but I will discuss during. So the last presentation of this panel is entitled by Sustainable Solutions for the Built Environment, the Twin Transition in Action, a BIM-based LCA tool. And the speaker is the student Maria Teresa Ferreira. Also, I would like to.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to thank you the opportunity to be here today to present the process of my PhD thesis entitled The Twin Transition in Action, a BIM-based LCA tool. My supervisors are Professor Dr. António Costa, specialized in building information modeling, BIM, and Professor Dr. José Diniz Silva, specialized in life cycle assessment. The presentation is divided in 4 main parts. As my colleagues already explained, the consequences of the climate changes are in our eyes, but particularly in the construction sector, only in the European framework is responsible for half of the extracted materials, half of the total energy consumption, 33% of the waste generation, and 33% of the water consumption. The building sector itself is responsible for 33% of the CO2 emissions to the atmosphere. So the environmental and energy performance of buildings have a significant contribution for the reduction of those impacts globally. For that reason, the European Commission developed the Levels Framework. And the Levels Framework consists in an holistic approach intended to bring buildings into the circle economy. And make it understandable for the parties involved, including politicians, construction professionals, investors. It's an EU-wide assessment and reporting framework for sustainability with a whole life cycle approach tested by the building sector for residential and office buildings, new construction and refurbishment. It's focused on 6 macro objectives. From those macro objectives, in my work, were integrated in the BIM tool. The macro objective number 1, greenhouse gas emissions along buildings life cycle, including life cycle global warming potential, measuring the CO2 emissions, and goes a little bit beyond to further life cycle assessment environmental indicators. Macro objective number 2, resource efficient and circular materials life cycle, with a bill of quantities, materials, and lifespan that can be extracted from the BIM model. And the macro objective number 6, the life cycle optimized cost and value to balance everything. The levels framework is divided in 3 stages. The plugin is focused on the level 1, conceptual design, and level 2, detailed design and construction, to have results on the level 3 as in build. The level cycle assessment itself goes from A to D, from production and construction, stage B in use, stage C end of life, and beyond the life cycle. To integrate the environmental indicators into a life cycle assessment report, we need to have environmental product declarations that are traditional in PDF files. It's time consuming to make all the calculations. So they were integrated into a BIM tool and converted into BIM shared parameters that could be read in a BIM environment and enrich the type properties of all the BIM elements. So we are acting before on the design stages to have consequences after. Was needed to align the design stages with the BIM recommendation level of development and also with the levels framework for sustainability. To integrate the environmental indicators and economic into a BIM tool that was designed for Revit Autodesk, I needed to make a section for a product data template that will make these indicators converted to shared parameters with a corresponding unity of measurement to make the calculations. First of all, it's needed to have a BIM model, then choose the stage of the projects where they are. If it's level 1, it's a qualitative assessment with 6 questions, yes or no, and a brief description. And if it's level 2, already with a design, the user needs to choose the kind of analysis that needs to be done. It's a complete life cycle assessment analysis, and it loads the environmental indicators to the plugin. If it's a global warming potential analysis, the global warming potential indicators and the cost. It loads all the elements in the BIM model, walls, floors, windows on the blue image, the blue schedule, and all the materials contained in the green schedule, and then connects to a database online, which is called Eco Portal. We select the material and then automatically replace in the materials schedule that we have on the model. But there's another option, which is corresponding the data with benchmarks. So there are benchmark options, 60 wall options. Here you can see all of the 60 wall options with the materials that constitute the impact of each indicator, and can automatically be replaced in the BIM model, keeping the layers of each material. The results could be extracted in schedule or 3D visualization, and the data remain in the BIM model even after the plugin is closed. The dashboards of the results. Here is another example for pitch roofs, 60 pitch roofs that can be replaced in the BIM model with the layers contained, and for flat roofs. The total analysis results, and at that point it's possible to create the views for the roofs, for the 3D. Thank you very much for your attention. I will now leave you with a short video of the plugin working.
We have time.
We have time. First of all, we open the plugin in Revit, which shows the level of assessment. If it's level 1, it's loading the question. Yes or no, can type the answer. Import results if already have a study in Excel file, or export to Excel file if it's new. Select the type of the analysis. It loads the environmental indicators and a stage of the LCA stage where the results want to be. If it's all stages, they want to retrieve. Here it's they want to retrieve all the elements of the BIM model and all the materials. It's possible to filter. Here we see walls, only walls. And now you will search online on the Eco Portal for painting. It's an EPD database, and the information that will be imported directly to the material itself in the model. Here we have the list of the materials defined by the architects. It's connecting online. It's real time then. We can see the impacts, and now it will replace the units, the declared unit of the EPD, and a link for the environmental product declaration online. Now it's comparing with what is in a model now and the new impacts. The second part, to correspond data is from the element benchmark. Now we'll open the 60 wall options that can be replaced in the model. On the first column, all, then single leaf walls and cavity walls. The rank would be selected by global warming potential or heat transfer, acidification potential, or others. and the data could be filtered. We don't need to see all of the indicators if we don't need or if we don't want. Click change wall and appears a mean value relating to all the walls. Run the analysis, total analysis results with all the elements from the model, and now filtering by walls. Create the impact. Three charts, it's only for walls. Yeah. Create the Revit views, create scheduler, export to Excel. The schedule with the results, the 3D visualization scheme for 2 different environmental indicators. And I'll thank you.
We have time just for one question, please. One question. 2 questions, okay. First one, Veronica, please.
For the equity data that you have, how do you choose which equity do you use, or do you do like medium value? How do you choose the equity data?
In the ETD part, it goes online and it's a range of options. It's not for me to the objective is not I choose, it's the designer will choose, and then you have like, for example, for cars and the cars, the results they pass, it's visual, they can be. Then you have a link to the environmental product declaration online with more details, and then choose the equity.
So I can choose the equity from my country, for example, in Poland. From my country.
Oh, yeah. It's online. This one is Eco Portal. Most of the EPDs are not are like PDFs. So this is from Eco Portal, and it's possible to make the connection.
Okay, thank you.
It's connected to what she was asking. Okay, I think it makes sense.
Professor Fernandez, just a minute, because the question is in the following, please.
Okay, the problem is when you are starting to doing a design, you don't know what your supplier is going to be. So you have a huge uncertainty. Unless people from LCA start to pay attention on uncertainty, you go there and okay, I will use the lowest one. It's standard. But then in the construction side, the guy buy the cheapest one. Maybe so what we are trying to do, and I think we should consider that in Brazil, is we're developing a benchmark system for CO2 in buildings. We work with ranges. Unless you have defined your supplier, you have an uncertainty. And when you are starting the design, you have an uncertainty in terms of quantity. You have an under specification. So how do you deal with uncertainty here?
Two points here. Regarding the first part of the question that they don't know, the product is not specified yet. There is a range of options of walls and roof, and they are already good and could be used directly on like as a suggestion for the designers. But regarding the range and I have a paper coming soon. It speaks simply about that.
Thank you.
It's on the finishing line.
Professor Fernandez, please.
Congratulations on your work. This Eco portal that is developing, I think, where you are putting the data from yes, thank you. It will be available for everyone or not?
The part from the wall benchmark is developed inside, and the data came from IST, but Eco Portal is outside. It's outside the organization, it's just a connection, but as it's one of the certified and with valuable data, it's important. So the Eco Portal, it's not made by us, it's just the connection, but the benchmark, it's inside work in ICT.
And when you do the life cycle assessment, is by each element of the building for each component. Or in the end, we can have an overall assessment of the building or not?
It's the two options. It's the final one is this table here, where you have the total analysis result for the whole building, and here the results per element.
Thank you.
So thank you again. You could interact with Maria during lunch. She will be with us. So thank you again, Maria, for your presentation. Now it's time to move to section, not a section, it's a parallel section. I would like to invite Carlos Couto.
Karina? Can you hear me? Moving, Karina.
Olá, boa tarde.
Bom dia a todos. Esta atividade número 2 também vai ser em português, para promover aqui a interação convosco. Temos hoje connosco 3 ex-alunos. O comum entre eles é que tenham sido alunos de Engenharia Civil. E eu começaria por agradecer a vossa disponibilidade de estar aqui. A Karina Fonseca está em Washington, está presente connosco online. Temos também o Pedro Duarte e o Bruno Lobo. A Karina Fonseca, eu não vou traduzir, se depois a Karina quiser, portanto é Disaster Risk Management Specialist no World Bank. Ela tem o doutoramento pelo University College of London, um doutoramento em Engenharia Sísmica. Portanto, eu ia pedir esta primeira ronda de intervenções, portanto, eu farei a apresentação da Karina, pedia que ela falasse um pouco da experiência e o que eu vou estar hoje no World Bank, se pudesse partilhar um pouco, eventualmente puder partilhar também como é que é um dia típico de trabalho, ia ser também interessante para nós, e depois continuaremos a ronda com os colegas que estão aqui. Portanto, Karina, é um gosto também. Karina foi minha colega de curso, julgo que entramos no mesmo ano, portanto é bom rever-te aqui. Por favor, eu penso que estará tudo a funcionar.
Muito obrigada. É um gosto muito grande estar aqui convosco hoje e rever alguns de antigos colegas. Eu estou a trabalhar no Banco Mundial desde 2015, aqui em Washington, depois de ter terminado o doutoramento em Engenharia Sísmica na University College London. Uma questão muito interessante é que eu, quando iniciei o curso de Engenharia Civil em Aveiro, nunca imaginava que iria estar aqui hoje. Eu não sabia sequer o que era o Banco Mundial. Eu tinha ouvido falar do Banco Mundial, das Nações Unidas, no telejornal, mas de facto eu pensava que isto era um sítio para economistas. Nunca imaginei que era um sítio onde engenheiros realmente fazem falta. E o que é que me trouxe aqui? Realmente foi o gosto pela engenharia e a possibilidade de estar em contacto com um grupo que trabalhava na altura em Aveiro nas questões do risco, particularmente do risco sísmico. E de facto, aí em Aveiro desenvolvi o gosto por esta temática e cada vez está mais na ordem do dia. Nós vivemos num mundo polarizado, em que as questões das mudanças climáticas, eu tenho um amigo que diz, não é uma crise, isto é uma era, nós estamos a viver na era das mudanças climáticas e de facto a engenharia desempenha um papel fundamental para conseguir encontrar soluções para melhorar as condições de vida quando temos que enfrentar estes desafios tão grandes. Eu trabalho numa instituição que, para dar alguns dados sobre o Banco Mundial, foi formado juntamente com o Fundo Monetário Internacional em 1944, na Bretton Woods Conference. Na altura, foi formado para apoiar a reconstrução da Europa depois da Segunda Guerra Mundial. E, de facto, tem sido uma organização que visa apoiar os países em desenvolvimento a atingirem os seus objetivos de desenvolvimento. Eu tenho aqui alguns dados que gostaria de partilhar convosco sobre o ano fiscal de 2024, basicamente o período desde julho de 2023 até junho de 2024, que lhes dá uma ideia do trabalho que o banco desempenha neste momento. Neste período de um ano, em termos de novos investimentos que o banco apoiou, foi cerca de 117 mil milhões. Nós ajudamos a alimentar 156 milhões de pessoas, ajudamos a melhorar a educação de 280 milhões de pessoas, apoiamos ações de proteção social para 287 milhões de pessoas. Financiamos projetos para fornecer assistência de condições sanitárias a 59 milhões de pessoas. Pusemos em prática projetos de transporte sustentável para disponibilizarmos estes serviços para 77 milhões de pessoas e fizemos investimentos que geraram 17 gigawatts em energias renováveis. Isto são alguns exemplos das áreas em que o banco trabalha. Na minha função específica, eu sou, como o Carlos disse, Disaster Risk Management Specialist, ou seja, eu trabalho em projetos nestes países em desenvolvimento que visam melhorar as condições em termos de políticas e infraestrutura, e também em termos de capacidade institucional e técnica na área da gestão dos riscos, particularmente a riscos naturais, não é? Natural hazards. Mas também estou a co-liderar o Programa Global das Escolas Seguras e tenho trabalhado muito nessa área da educação. Basicamente, porque é que o trabalho de um engenheiro é necessário numa instituição como o Banco Mundial? O Banco Mundial basicamente ajuda os países a preparar projetos e a implementá-los para esses projetos de desenvolvimento. Ou seja, o meu trabalho é mais de gestão de projeto. Mas gestão de projeto no sentido de existe um desafio, um objetivo que o nosso cliente, neste caso um país em desenvolvimento, pode ser o nosso cliente principal são os Ministérios das Finanças, mas depois nós trabalhamos com os outros ministérios na implementação desses projetos. Eles têm um objetivo que pode ser, por exemplo, nós queremos melhorar os serviços de saúde primária nesta determinada região. Esse é o objetivo deles. Nós precisamos da assistência técnica e de financiamento do banco. Então, o meu trabalho será pôr uma equipa, mobilizar uma equipa e começar a trabalhar com esse ministério para desenhar um projeto que vá responder a esse objetivo. E depois isto envolve ter especialistas técnicos, como engenheiros, especialistas financeiros, economistas, especialistas em, eu vou dizer em inglês, o nome é Social and Environmental Safeguards, Financial Management, etc. Então, temos que mobilizar estas equipas para preparar o projeto, e isto inclui preparar a nível técnico, ou seja, se existe, por exemplo, componentes de infraestrutura, eu tenho que contratar engenheiros realmente para apoiar no desenho, e depois também os economistas para tratarem da parte do empréstimo, né? Dessas questões do empréstimo. O que é um dia típico aqui no banco? Nós temos muitas reuniões, eu não tenho estatísticas, mas a gente geralmente, eu trabalho muito em projetos na Ásia, então eu começo os meus dias bastante cedo com reuniões com os clientes ou reuniões com a equipa. Nós temos gabinetes, escritórios em mais de 120 países, por isso nós temos pessoas que trabalham em diferentes horários, fusos horários. Então nós temos muitas reuniões. E geralmente temos que rever relatórios, escrever muito, nós temos que escrever muitos relatórios, e nós temos que ir a missões, aquilo que nós chamamos as missões. O que é uma missão? Não sei se vocês se recordam quando, no tempo da Troika, o FMI ia a Portugal de X em X meses, não é? Ou seja, isso era a missão do FMI. O banco também tem essas missões. Ou seja, na grande maioria dos projetos, cada 6 meses, tenho que ir ao país para fazer uma avaliação do estado do projeto, porque quem implementa o projeto é o país, são as instituições daquele país. Então, quando eu estou nessas missões, o dia é completamente diferente. A gente continua a ser só reuniões ou então visitas às áreas que estão a ser construídas ou falar com as comunidades que estão a ser beneficiadas, mas é tudo, digamos, é um trabalho de equipe em que exige essa coordenação. Então tem essa parte, quando eu estou de volta ao escritório em Londres, e tem essa parte das missões no terreno, que é uma parte que eu gosto muito, porque é a parte em que realmente nós temos a oportunidade de aprender o que é que está-se a passar no terreno, não é? E falar diretamente com os diversos parceiros. Eu vou parar por aqui, mas sim, se tiverem alguma pergunta, terei todo o gosto em responder. Obrigada.
Obrigado, Karina. Vamos só fazer o seguinte, vamos continuar as intervenções, portanto vou apresentar a seguir ao Pedro Duarte e depois o Bruno Lobo, e depois fazermos uma abertura a questões. Certamente haverão questões muito interessantes a colocar aos nossos convidados. Portanto, se concordarem, avançaríamos assim. Eu ia então apresentar aqui o meu amigo Pedro Duarte, posso dizer assim. O Pedro Duarte foi meu aluno, meu e do professor Vila Real, aluno de mestrado. Depois divergiu completamente na área do trabalho, portanto espero que não tenha sido por uma má experiência na tese de mestrado, ou que não. O Pedro Duarte é atualmente, vou ver se não me engano, gestor de operações digitais na nós SGPS. Portanto, Pedro, se puderes partilhar um pouco do teu percurso, o caminho que te levou a estar aqui hoje.
E desmistificar.
E partilhar-se também, se quiseres, um dia típico, sempre fico. Paulo, é teu.
Obrigado pelo convite. Diretamente aqui, Ricardo, meu professor Romeu. É sempre um gosto voltar. Em relação à tua observação, o que das relações não és que sou eu. Ou seja, acho que andei a evitar claramente este projeto durante 50, apesar de ter tido enorme gosto também em ter formado tanto nesta casa como neste ponto. Em relação ao dia a dia, eu acho que todos nós, a palavra comum é risco, no caso da Karina muito centrada nas questões doutorais, eu mais centrado também no próprio risco operacional em todas as companhias onde já estive. Em termos de percurso, eu comecei na Vila, uma empresa de consultoria, e acho que isto acaba a primeira a grande vantagem de estar neste ecossistema e nesta universidade, que é a interação constante com diferentes disciplinas e diferentes casas, vamos chamar assim. Eu não conhecia a Vila, isto foi basicamente por recomendação de um colega na altura do DECivil, e entrei muito na lógica de trabalhar a questão tecnológica, de entrar também a própria engenharia. Depois deste percurso aqui em Aveiro, tive a oportunidade de fazer uma pós-graduação no Instituto Superior Técnico, onde sim aí ganhei algumas áreas de skills para depois continuar no curso. Fiz uma pós-graduação em Engenharia de Software e Sistemas de Informação, em que basicamente foi uma edição nova, feita em parceria entre a Vila e o técnico, foi basicamente entrei pelo mundo da transformação digital em diferentes perfis, mais técnico, ou seja, enquanto desenvolvedor, mas depois muito na gestão de projetos e estratégia, tanto na definição de um modelo operativo propriamente dito, como num trajeto digital da operação. Atualmente, da nós, fui convidado no último ano a fazer parte da nós, como disse, o meu percurso era muito direcionado para a banca e para os seguros. Trabalhei na Tranquilidade e no Santander, e claramente que ainda irei novamente, não acho que era a direita, não quero estar aqui a colocar azimuthos, mas mais uma guinada, e estou a trabalhar no mundo das telecomunicações. O desafio era simples, automatizar os processos de entrega dos serviços de nós, neste caso em particular, serviços de data center e cloud, e o meu dia-a-dia, parte dele é apoiar essa entrega. Por exemplo, no meu caso prático, é um limite da Aveiro, se fosse o nosso cliente, eu acredito que seja, se solicitasse algum tipo de armazenamento de dados, clouds públicas, para tudo que sejam projetos digitais ou utilização digital desses recursos, a minha equipa o que faz é o acompanhamento desde da necessidade até à própria entrega. Diz também que em caso de fecho capital, efetivamente, onde é mais difícil introduzir estas alterações é em ambientes tecnológicos. Há efetivamente muita, não diria resistência, mas falta de abertura para que essa entrega seja totalmente automática. E o meu dia-a-dia é basicamente recolher essas necessidades em termos de cliente, ou mesmo de processos internos que estejam muito manualizados, e traduzi-los em automação, e isso é um bocado agnóstico da tecnologia. Temos desde workflows, que se chamamos RPAs, são basicamente mini robôs que fazem toda a experiência de entrega, que simulam um operador, até, e vi que algumas teses de doutoramento focam-se muito na análise de dados, em modelos preditivos de capacidade. Nós estamos a fazer essa jornada mais de predição, não em termos de automação propriamente dita das ações micro, mas mais neste tipo de predição de fato. O próprio data center trabalha muito com a componente de segurança, e é um tema bastante quente, e que é uma fragilidade em maior parte dos nossos clientes, enquanto nós. E em termos práticos, depois de contextualizar isto, nós trabalhamos ou tenho uma equipa de desenvolvimento, em que basicamente estes requisitos e estas alterações traduzem-se em desenvolvimento de software, é cerca de metade da equipa, cerca de 5 pessoas. Temos outra dedicada a este acompanhamento de cliente final. Tanto cliente interno, nós, porque também temos projetos internos que necessitam de serviços de data center e cloud, mas também acompanhamento desses clientes, seja caixas de depósitos, seja a Universidade de Aveiro, seja outro tipo de cliente qualquer. E a minha preocupação é gerir cada uma destes silos, mas também projetar o data center para uma nova geração. Estamos a iniciar esse projeto disso, mas a trabalhar com, nós já lançámos o nosso próprio ChatGPT, que nos oferecemos a nós, mas foi um projeto engraçado e transversal a toda a companhia, e basicamente este é o dia a dia.
Obrigado, Pedro. Passamos aqui a falar para o nosso amigo Bruno Lobo. Bruno Lobo também foi aluno aqui da Universidade, da Engenharia Civil, como disse. Atualmente ele é o diretor do Departamento de Controlo de Qualidade, Investigação e Desenvolvimento, isso bem, da Sagoba Portugal. Portanto, Bruno, já fiz o desafio aqui aos colegas, mesmo para ti, portanto, se puderes partilhar o teu percurso até chegar onde estás hoje e, enfim, falar um pouco do que fazes para dia a dia.
Antes de mais, obrigado. Bom dia a todos. Obrigado pelo convite. De facto, o meu dia a dia, começar aqui um pouco pelo final, está longe de ser aquilo que eu imaginava quando estudava nesta casa, muito longe mesmo. Mas pronto, aconteceu. Então, eu formei-me nesta universidade, em Engenharia Civil, nunca tive grande apetência para a parte do cálculo estrutural, ou por qualquer cálculo, portanto não foi, nunca foi algo que me trouxesse grande entusiasmo. Peço desculpa aos aficionados por essa área, sempre tive mais gosto pela parte de gestão de projetos, gestão de obra, também fruto das cadeiras da professora Fernanda Rodrigues, que estou a ver ali atrás, que me incutiu um pouco este gosto por gerir mais projetos. Tive também sempre uma ligação natural, uma apetência para a parte mais da conservação e reabilitação do património, também muito da engenharia sísmica, e foi nesse sentido que acabei por fazer a minha tese de mestrado, com o professor Aníbal e com o professor Romeu, também alguma coisa do professor Roberto na altura. Portanto, está tudo muito longe daquilo que eu faço atualmente. No início da minha carreira profissional também foi aqui nesta casa, ali no laboratório, na altura que o António Figueiredo começou a fazer o doutoramento dele, foi ele que me apoiou na parte prática da minha tese. Alguns de vocês devem se lembrar de uma casinha que existia na plataforma, fui eu que acabei de partir. E naturalmente acabei depois por ficar e fiquei com muito gosto. E longe ainda de pensar em enverdar para outra área. Na altura vivia-se uma situação bastante difícil no mundo da engenharia civil, que nos obrigou, e o Pedro também pode ter sentido um bocadinho na pele essas dores, a abrir um bocadinho mais os horizontes. Então, na altura, fui desafiado para ingressar na Sagoba, portanto, fui para o mundo dos materiais de construção, num desafio internacional. Poderia ter ficado no mundo mais académico, na altura, financeiramente não era uma situação muito estável, e então acabei por aceitar este desafio e fui parar à Rússia durante 3 anos. Portanto, foi uma altura boa. Portanto, eu chego à Rússia em setembro de 2014 e um mês e meio depois eu decido invadir a Crimeia e começar esta atrapalhada toda que nós vivemos hoje em dia. Portanto, foi interessante, de facto. Pronto, aqui na Rússia passei 3 anos como engenheiro de desenvolvimento de materiais, engenheiro de I&D, no universo de argamassas. Depois, então, eu senti o desafio na Rússia com a promessa de começar o caminho para a parte ocidental da Europa ao fim de 3 anos, foi isso que aconteceu. Passei 5 anos na Holanda, também no universo das nossas de construção, mas aqui começa a poder-se notar um pouco mais as valências deste curso. É claro que as disciplinas de materiais de construção, tive o gosto de ser aluno do professor Vítor, mais na parte teórica, não, mais na parte prática, nessa altura, mais na parte prática. E, portanto, já tinha tinha alguma noção e também foi isso que permitiu entrar no mundo das argamassas. Mas depois na Holanda, durante os primeiros 3 meses, o desafio era continuar a fazer a mesma coisa, desenvolver produto, mas existia um projeto que estava a começar, que era a impressão 3D em betão. E na altura, quem estava nem era a liderar o projeto, mas estava de algum modo envolvido no projeto, que não havia ninguém a liderá-lo, era um biólogo. Que também estava no mundo das argamassas, também foi ali parar, mas já tinha alguma experiência de desenvolvimento de produto, mas as noções de física que ele tinha eram nulas. Então foi uma coisa que acabou por surgir por curiosidade minha, de andar ali a perguntar, e posso ir ver a impressora, porque era uma coisa que me fascinava, que foi do género, estás a gostar, então toma lá, e 3 meses depois fiquei a liderar esse projeto, e fico durante quase 5 anos, até então regressar a Portugal. Portanto, aí já estava mais numa parte que era mais confortável. Já enquanto pensava em um ponto de vista químico, eu já via como é que ia acontecer do ponto de vista físico e a liderar os projetos de impressão e como é que as peças que eram feitas off-site eram transportadas e perceber porque estou num universo de químicos, de engenheiros químicos, que imprimem aquilo e pensam que pegam aquilo de qualquer maneira e que a estabilidade do elemento durante a sua vida útil não tem nada a ver com a estabilidade do elemento durante o transporte. Era algo que não conseguiam ver e aí a engenharia civil trouxe uma grande valia num universo das argamassas, que é um universo muito químico, de química e de engenharia química. Quando eu regresso a Portugal, portanto, ainda dentro do universo da urbano, mas aqui um pouco mais abrangente, portanto, aqui numa área mais da construção leve, e também com um projeto de mecanização, um projeto que nós temos de bombagem de trilhas fluidas, mas aqui saio da parte de ID e meto no universo do marketing como gestor de produto. Nunca tive formação em marketing, mas pronto, aqui nem foi tanto a parte de engenharia civil, foi mais da parte do português, vamos no derrasca e vamos ver quem é que está. Pronto, a experiência correu bem, mas entretanto surgiu a oportunidade de abrir o vaga de Diretor de Controle de Qualidade na São que eu candidatei e desde novembro do ano passado, que é um posto de trabalho. Portanto, volto aqui ao ID e volto outra vez ao universo dos químicos. Portanto, olha, não sei mais o que eu sempre lá dizer, mas também já não é muito a minha função de desenvolver, mas eu acho que ainda assim, dentro de uma equipa de desenvolvimento de materiais de construção, é fundamental haver alguém de engenharia civil. Porque se focarmos tudo na parte química, eles o que vão ver, também temos engenheiros de materiais, química e materiais, mas vê-se muito o produto, vê-se muito focado na reação, na hidratação do cimento, ou numa outra reação química de polinização, ou algo do género, e depois por vezes falta a visão da aplicabilidade do produto e da duração durante a vida útil do produto. E é aqui que a engenharia civil consegue dar um input também um pouco mais além e complementar muito bem esta parte da química e da engenharia dos materiais. Portanto, hoje em dia, um dia-a-dia meu é muito passado atrás do computador. Quando corre bem, até consigo ir a um dos laboratórios. Tudo Aveiro, porque portanto, logo na entrada do laboratório é mais fácil, mas o dia-a-dia passa muito por gestão dos projetos e conseguir também dar alguma liberdade à equipa para conseguir inovar. Porque no mundo empresarial, na parte dos materiais de construção, existe muito input do mercado, daquilo que precisa, bom e barato e rápido, e vocês têm um portfólio de 200 produtos, mas não têm nenhum qualquer. O qualquer é mesmo aquele ali no meio daqueles dois. Portanto, gerir um pouco as necessidades da comercial, da parte comercial, com aquilo que faz sentido, faz parte do dia-a-dia, responder às solicitações da equipa de marketing, que é o nosso cliente interno principal, mas ao mesmo tempo ter tempo para inovar, porque, por norma, os inputs que nós temos da parte comercial e de marketing é para a resolução de problemas. Eu quero fazer isto, arranja-me um produto que responda a estas necessidades que eu tenho. Mas depois, se só fizermos isto, a inovação fica um bocadinho para trás. Então, é tentar gerir um pouco para lhes dar liberdade, ok, agora esqueçam durante este dia, esqueçam que o resto do mundo existe e vão para aí fazer as brincadeiras e tentar um pouco serem disruptivos. É isso. E depois, infelizmente, da parte do controle de qualidade, há sempre problemas. Todos já há problemas, há reclamações que são de fácil resolução. Muitas delas são uma aplicação. Infelizmente, cada vez vivemos mais um mundo em que a mão de obra especializada está a diminuir. Então fazem muitas asneiras. E o que é engraçado ver é que quanto mais cara a obra, menos qualificada é a mão de obra. Normalmente obras grandes, caras, portanto, falar de casas de 10 milhões para cima e vivendas, vou falar de prédios, vê-se uma muito fraca qualidade da construção. Portanto, estas são as fáceis de resolver. E depois há aquelas em que realmente aconteceu qualquer coisa que nós não detectávamos com controle de qualidade, não podemos pôr amostragem e pronto, resolver muitos problemas.
Ok, obrigado, Bruno. Só um pequeno apontamento, é curioso vermos que o vosso perfil começou com a Engenharia Civil e estão todos a trabalhar com equipas multidisciplinares, todos vocês, e isso claramente é fruto, diria eu, de um curso espetacular como é o de Engenharia Civil, não é? E acho que isso realmente vos valorizou, é a minha opinião, enfim, depois poderão comentar. Eu abriria aqui então o espaço a perguntas, a quem quer intervir, a partir de agora é deixar o ar. Sim, por favor.
Só no pontapé de saída também para agradecer aos três, neste momento da investigação, porque é muito interessante ter alguém que passou por Aveiro poder estar a dar este contributo à unidade de investigação e ao departamento, e portanto é um prazer enorme ter-vos chegar, porque tem aqui um papel inspiracional muito importante. Nós temos aqui, na unidade de investigação e departamento, uma série de jovens, como vocês, ainda não sei da Karina, não são tão jovens como isso, mas de facto, temos aqui jovens investigadores, uns a fazer doutoramento, outros já numa fase de pós-doutoramento, e é muito interessante, penso que é muito interessante para eles ouvir aquilo que disseram, portanto, é muito importante que as pessoas sabem onde é que começa, mas não sabem onde é que acaba, não é? E esses percursos valem a pena e, portanto, há sempre futuro, desde que tenhamos essa capacidade de olhar diferente, com a cabeça levantada. Isso leva a uma pergunta muito rápida aqui à Karina, talvez conheça melhor o vosso percurso, que é como é que conseguiu este percurso, falamos do que é o seu dia típico, mas este percurso de entrar no novo banco, ou seja, acaba por fazer o doutoramento de Engenharia Sísmica em Londres e de repente vai parar no Washington. Isso foi uma candidatura espontânea, ou seja, para estes jovens investigadores e uns não tão jovens que aqui estão, que dizem, isso é capaz de ser interessante, de facto, trabalhar nas áreas que referiu, não é? Como é que se faz isso? Quer dizer, como é que de repente se candidata ao World Bank? Como é que isso surge? A curiosidade é essa.
Obrigada pela pergunta.
Conseguiu?
Quando eu estava quase a terminar o doutoramento em Londres, andava atrás de trabalho. Na altura, a minha supervisora tinha recebido um e-mail do banco à procura de pessoas com formação na área de gestão do risco, para trabalhar em projetos de desenvolvimento na América do Sul, no Peru, na Colômbia. E o tema do meu doutoramento foi encontrar explicações para o colapso das igrejas históricas na América do Sul depois do sismo de 2008 no Peru, o sismo de Pisco, como é conhecido. Na altura, eu fiquei muito interessada no projeto, porque era trabalhar com o Ministério da Educação no Peru, na preparação do primeiro Plano Nacional de Infraestrutura Escolar. Nós sabemos que o Peru é um país muito exposto a vários riscos, e eles queriam incluir nesse plano nacional objetivos específicos para reduzir o risco das escolas. Então, eu fiquei muito interessada, mas ao mesmo tempo eu pensei, mas isto vem do Banco Mundial e como é que alguém com o meu perfil encaixa nesta instituição? Então comecei a ler mais sobre a instituição e aí é que descobri que, de facto, é uma instituição que precisa de todas as áreas profissionais e que realmente emprega muitos engenheiros. Eu lembro-me que estava, nesse momento, estava a deadline para enviar a aplicação, enviar o meu currículo e a carta de. Era exatamente no dia anterior a que eu tinha que fazer uma apresentação na conferência de sísmica, não me lembro se era a Conferência Europeia ou a Conferência Mundial, em 2014, em Istambul. Eu estava em Istambul, e eu lembro-me de pensar assim, se calhar não vale a pena, sempre não consigo ir, não, se calhar não vale a pena, tenho aqui que preparar a apresentação para amanhã, mas qualquer coisa me disse, não, mas envia de qualquer maneira, e eu enviei, então, de facto, a candidatura. E foi a melhor decisão que eu realmente fiz. E é um conselho que eu dou a toda a gente, mesmo que tenhamos muitas dúvidas e achamos que determinada posição não seja para o nosso perfil, se aquilo nos atrai, se nós estamos realmente interessados nos objetivos, não devemos tentar, então eu enviei a candidatura e fui selecionada para uma entrevista. A entrevista correu bem. E essa pessoa que me entrevistou depois tornou-se o meu mentor aqui no banco, porque essa pessoa entrevistou vários candidatos, depois disse-me, realmente gostaria de trabalhar consigo. Aquilo que pesou muito foi, de facto, o meu currículo. Foi a entrevista que correu bem, mas foi, de facto, o meu currículo. Foi o meu curso em Engenharia Civil em Aveiro, o facto de eu ter feito a minha tese, a dissertação de mestrado na área de avaliação do risco em Aveiro, e depois o meu doutoramento nessa área também. Ou seja, foi o meu currículo que lhes pareceu, na altura, exatamente aquilo que eles precisavam para aqueles projetos, e eu comecei como consultora. Qualquer profissional pode trabalhar como consultor. Nos projetos que eu estou a liderar neste momento, eu tenho que contratar muitos consultores. Muitas vezes nós temos uma plataforma em que nós publicamos as posições que estão disponíveis, em que toda a gente pode enviar a sua candidatura. E depois de 3 anos como consultora, consegui, no processo de seleção, ser contratada como funcionária. E neste momento sou funcionária do banco. É um trabalho muito aliciante, porque nós temos que aprender coisas novas todos os dias. É como os meus colegas estavam a dizer, estes projetos são multidimensionais. Nós, para atingir um objetivo, precisamos de trabalhar em diferentes áreas. Nós precisamos de investigar qual é o sistema legal do país, quais são os problemas sociais, até para preparar um projeto de infraestrutura. Então existe uma necessidade de aprendizagem constante, não é? Alguém que tenha interesse realmente, que tenha curiosidade, que goste desses desafios, não é? E eu já estou, a minha resposta já é muito longa, mas eu também gostava de dizer mais uma coisa. Eu sempre fui uma pessoa muito introvertida e neste momento o meu trabalho obriga-me a falar com toda a gente, a falar tanto com o ministro como a falar com a pessoa mais humilde de uma comunidade no Nepal, não é? E isso também é um incentivo para alguém que pense que não tem, digamos, o talento ou determinadas habilidades para fazer determinadas tarefas. Eu realmente acho que tudo vem de um processo de aprendizagem e desde que a gente tenha interesse e gosto por aquilo que está a fazer. Obrigada.
Obrigado pela mensagem e o Departamento fica certamente em contacto para ter acesso a essa lista de consultores que eu dá para pode ser especiais daquilo dos nossos doutorantes ou doutorados. Muito obrigado, Ricardo.
Sim, obrigado. Força, Vitor.
É só uma pergunta para os candidatos contra a Karina. Olá, Karina. Eu acho que já não conhecia a versão introvertida da Karina, como eu tive com a Karina, falar sempre bem. Karina, eu queria perguntar, só aqui também há algumas recomendações para os nossos alunos doutoramentos e depois também aos dois, ao Pedro e ao Bruno, e chamar Paulo, sobre o percurso. Karina, achas que existem algumas disciplinas ou algum tipo de formação que se devia dar através do aluno de doutoramento que os preparem melhor, depois, tanto não necessariamente para o mundo académico, né? Porque depois do doutoramento, cada vez mais começa a ver também os doutorados a ir mais para a indústria, mais para o setor privado. Mas existe alguma coisa que durante o doutoramento se devia tentar dar estas formações também aos alunos? Nós tivemos uma discussão antes de ligares um bocadinho sobre isso para a parte do futuro. Eu perguntava também ao Pedro, estávamos ali há pouco a falar sobre o programa tanto mestrado como a licenciatura. Se existe alguma coisa que as licenciaturas deviam ter, porque nós estamos a ver cada vez mais no DECivil, muitos estão a fazer engenharia civil tradicional, os outros não, como por exemplo o vosso caso. Ou seja, o que é que há aqui que possa depois facilitar um bocadinho o percurso dos alunos?
Sim, foi curioso, porque antes de entrar aqui na sala, fiz aqui uma ronda ao departamento, mais numa lógica de perceber se estava tudo igual ou não, e anotar algumas diferenças, e parei um bocadinho no expositor em que partilhava o programa curricular e ouvi duas versões da licenciatura. Não estava a perceber o porquê de haverem duas versões do programa. Vi uma exatamente igual àquela que eu tirei, consegui concluir, e só uma nota, acho que efetivamente o maior desafio académico e profissional foi ter acabado o curso. Não foi depois, acho que efetivamente uma questão também de motivação e tudo mais foi esse o desafio, mas achei curiosa a nova versão do plano curricular e acho que está ajustada às necessidades e a um enquadramento de hoje, com uma componente digital e tecnológica que não existia no nosso tempo. Aliás, eu posso dar aqui, já que estamos também para partilhar alguns fracassos, a única disciplina que eu reprovei foi a única disciplina de programação que tivemos em todo o plano curricular. Isso é engraçado. Mas a minha primeira experiência profissional foi enquanto engenheiro de software. Por isso, esta nova versão, e lá está, falamos com o Ricardo, com o Vitor e depois também com o professor Romeu, e achei que a nova versão da licenciatura é muito fit com algumas necessidades que temos hoje e demonstra aqui o upskill, que é um tema que também está muito presente nas empresas, de tentar fazer este reshape, esta mudança de perfil, com base em competências e aprendizagem que as próprias empresas também pensam. Esta semana, por exemplo, tive uma formação de propriedade industrial, só que também complementar com o trabalho do dia-a-dia do Bruno, ou seja, neste momento, e o Carlos também estava aqui a comentar comigo, as equipas, para além de multidisciplinar, acho que já não há sessões de conhecimento. Há muito aqui esta partilha, e mais uma vez a Universidade é fisicamente propícia a essa troca, e isso é o nosso dia-a-dia, além de não ser igual todos os dias, em termos de desafio, sejam eles operacionais, tecnológicos, de gestão, também não é o mesmo. E faz-nos ter que acompanhar esta onda e adotar também alguns mecanismos que acelerem essa apreensão e essa captação de conhecimento. Por exemplo, que nós estamos a falar do Generative AI, é efetivamente um grande acelerador para mim, para a assimilação e a aquisição de conhecimento. Quando se calhar há 10 anos, não há 10, mas se calhar há 20 anos, o seu conhecimento, para além de ser a internet nos primeiros passos, era a biblioteca. Né? Neste momento eu consigo desenhar alguns projetos estratégicos para nós, ocorrendo muito, é essa aceleração de ganhar conhecimento através de algumas plataformas tecnológicas. E depois o desafio do nosso dia-a-dia não é tecnológico, o desafio do nosso dia-a-dia é estratégico. Para mim a tecnologia não é não é o core do meu trabalho, é uma maneira de atingir os objetivos tanto da empresa como também pessoais enquanto profissional. Por isso eu acho que para o doutoramento não tenho essa visibilidade, lógico. Achei curioso esta nova versão da licenciatura, mas acho que se continuarmos este trajeto de upskilling e também muita introdução ao digital e às competências técnicas, acho que todos ganhamos com isso. Se calhar lançava também um desafio, não só para a aquisição destas competências, mas também para a inovação de empresas, ou seja, tentar de alguma forma, não seja só a investigação e não as empresas locais, fazer essa captação toda. Sejam também empresas, sejam elas de produto tangível ou produto intangível, façam também essa captação e que o próprio universidade seja esse capitalizador de conhecimento, tanto ao nível académico como também ao nível profissional e comercial, na disponibilização destes produtos, também para a comunidade.
Bruno, se quiseres, sim, só acrescentar uma coisa rápida, na opinião do Pedro, que o ponto tem de se adaptar às mudanças tecnológicas, neste caso, que é a mudança em geral que vivem numa grave da engenharia, da construção da engenharia. Uma coisa que eu vejo cada vez mais é que o engenheiro civil acaba muitas vezes por ser um gestor. E, por exemplo, são projetos relacionados propriamente com a engenharia civil. Por exemplo, aqui a Assembleia em Portugal, o antigo diretor-geral era engenheiro civil, o atual CEO é engenheiro civil, portanto, os engenheiros químicos não chegam lá. Mas eu acho que uma componente mais forte de gestão traria umas outras valências aos engenheiros civis no futuro. E não só a gestão mais económica, mas também gestão de pessoas, que é um dos maiores desafios do dia a dia, não é gerir o projeto em si, mas gestão de egos, que é muito difícil ter uma equipe equilibrada e que não se mata uns aos outros, que não se tenta reclamar. É um dos grandes desafios que eu tenho.
Passava a palavra, se calhar, à Karina, se queres acrescentar e também responder ao Vítor Silva. Sim, no âmbito dos alunos de doutoramento, se queres partilhar.
Sim, eu acho que eu costumo dizer que antes de sermos engenheiros, bons engenheiros, nós precisamos ser bons cidadãos. E eu acho que uma das coisas que eu, infelizmente, não estou a par neste momento do currículo em Aveiro, do curso de Engenharia Civil, mas uma coisa que eu realmente senti falta foi aprender desde cedo sobre aquilo que a gente agora diz engineering policy, ou basicamente o contexto social em que estes projetos de infraestrutura acontecem. Por exemplo, muita da investigação que nós fazemos aqui no banco, em termos de estudos, é entender quais são os benefícios, os custos em comparação com os benefícios destes grandes investimentos públicos em infraestrutura que são feitas por os países que são nossos clientes, que têm recursos muito limitados face às necessidades. Para fazer esses estudos, nós precisamos entender, mais do que a infraestrutura em si, qual é o serviço, o benefício que essa infraestrutura está a fornecer à população e à sociedade em geral. E esses benefícios tomam a forma de indicadores que não são indicadores da engenharia, são indicadores ambientais, são indicadores sociais, são indicadores económicos. Então, existe uma série de conhecimentos que têm a ver com o contexto em que esses projetos são preparados, que é muito importante no processo de decisão, de toma de decisão. Se vocês imaginarem, por exemplo, eu trabalho maioritariamente com instituições públicas, E os nossos clientes têm que tomar decisões muito importantes. Eles têm orçamentos muito limitados para necessidades muito grandes. Então, uma das primeiras coisas que nós fazemos em qualquer projeto é entender qual é o custo-benefício desse projeto. E um projeto que não seja economicamente viável não vai para a frente, não é? Mas economicamente viável não significa só do ponto de vista de entender se eu vou, qual é que vai ser o meu investimento, o custo que vou ter, e depois quanto é que vai me custar a manutenção, a operação. Não, é entender realmente o benefício para a sociedade em geral e a contribuição que este projeto dá para a agenda do país nos próximos 5, 10, 15 anos. Ou seja, nós temos que fazer a ligação da engenharia com as questões sociais, com as questões ambientais, as questões financeiras. E isso eu tive basicamente que aprender muito ao longo da minha carreira, mas se tivesse tido algumas bases no meu próprio curso de engenharia, eu penso que estaria muito mais preparada também para o mercado de trabalho, mas também muito mais preparada para ser uma melhor cidadã e para contribuir, não é, para o meu país. Obrigada.
Muito obrigado, Karina. Infelizmente nós não temos mais tempo para prosseguir a nossa sessão. Tenho a certeza que todos achámos muito interessante. Eu gostaria que vocês se juntassem a mim a dar uma salva de palmas a estes três convidados. E dar-lhes os parabéns realmente por este percurso interessante, muito interessante. Muitos parabéns. Okay? Obrigado. Obrigado a todos. Vamos para o almoço, certo?
Parabéns, meu. Ainda não tive a oportunidade.
Vem as férias, pode explicar. Eu já disse que eu tinha
Já.
Boa tarde, Rodrigo. Boa tarde, Nuno.
Ora, boa tarde.
Olá, viva. Eu falei há pouco, Rodrigo, falei há pouco com o Nuno, a Lídia está connosco aqui. Olá. Eu cheguei um bocadinho mais cedo, as pessoas ainda estão a regressar do almoço, depois mais 2, 3 minutos com cá. Vocês têm uma perspectiva da sala com este sistema Zoom, já conseguem também ver quem está na sala. Se me permitem, eu talvez mudasse aqui um bocadinho a ordem. Podia ser o Nuno Simões primeiro, depois podia ser que o Rodrigo, e fechávamos aqui com a Lídia, como ela veio, está cá. Depois temos que fechar com a Lídia. A ordem seria Nuno, Rodrigo e Lídia, podia ser?
Your position
Desculpa, Rodrigo.
Peço desculpa. Eu penso que a Lídia devia ser primeiro, porque ela vai dar uma apresentação geral do centro e depois eu só vou focar os aspectos. Mas como entenderem?
É assim, a minha questão é que eu estou um bocadinho condicionado. Eu peço imensa desculpa a todos, mas estou um bocadinho condicionado. Eu posso depois tentar acompanhar e, se for necessário, intervir, mas eu também acho que a proposta do Rodrigo fazia todo o sentido, mas se a professora Lídia não se importasse de eu ser primeiro...
Não, eu tive com ela, agora mesmo ela disse que não havia muito problema. Rodrigo, queres ter então o terceiro ou o segundo? É contigo, a Lídia também está aqui.
Como achares? Eu estou a ouvir algum feedback. Qual será o microfone que está com feedback? Será o meu?
Eu já vou chamar aqui o colega do esquerdo que já vai resolver isto.
É porque se houver feedback, depois ninguém percebe o que a gente diz, é só isso.
Exatamente, mas olha que ouve-se aqui muito bem, nós temos aqui um sistema de voz, funciona muito bem. Está ali o Nuno, não sei se viste ali o Nuno agora aqui. Nuno.
Eu vou bem.
Então fazia então. Estás a ouvir? Para fechar, Nuno, Rodrigo, então Lídia. Pode ser assim então, pronto, ok.
Não percebi agora se estavas a falar para nós, ó Romeu.
Sim, estava a dizer que mantínhamos então aqui os falamos ao telefone. Nuno, Rodrigo e depois a Lídia. Está bem? Ok? Nuno, podes partilhar, acho que já tens permissões para partilhar ecrã. Se quiser experimentar, Nuno.
Ok, tenho que fazer aqui um replace current share. Já estão a ver.
Olha, tens cerca de 10 minutos para não mais, por favor, está bem? Mais ou menos.
Já me conheces, já estás com medo. É para falar inglês, não é?
Sim, é para falar inglês. Também ajuda.
Mas então posso já começar ou...
Não, eu já te introduzo, está bem? Já te introduzo.
Sim, você é mais de uma.
And we might have to
It's about building partnerships, okay? Panel, we'll have to be interventions, okay? Building partnerships, which is the third activity, okay? The third topic of this activity. The whole idea behind this activity is no better. CERIS, okay, main research unit, and the hubs that they have at the university, okay? And at in Viva. So that's the whole idea behind this kind of building partnerships, okay? Start off with the Vice President of DECivil, which is the coordinator of the Viva hub, cannot be present. So Nuno Simões will give us his talk, okay? And present the Viva hub. Then afterwards we'll have the Civis Nova hub presented by Professor Gonçalves, okay? From the University of Lisbon, okay? And we'll finish off with the last intervention panel by Professor Diretor, which is the coordinator of the CERIS research unit, okay? So, Nuno, can you hear us? Well,
yes. A little bit of noise, but it was possible to understand.
Okay.
Do you hear me well?
We hear you clearly, no problem. We hear you clearly, okay?
Okay.
So, please. The floor is yours, you can start.
Okay, so first of all, sorry for not being with you, but it was impossible. And I have a long presentation, so I will be telegraphic, and I'm here to present CERIS Coimbra Hub. And the first thing that I would like to share with you it is that we did this partnership between us and Instituto Superior Técnico April 2022. So 2 years complete. The time flies. It was a very short time. It seems that was yesterday, but we complete two years. And it was decided by the University of Coimbra in this partnership to do that the institute, that is ITECONS, would be the host of the of CERIS Coimbra Hub. So that's why I will present you our institute, that is a research institute in the fields of construction. Sorry, do you still hear me well? Okay. So the Research Institute is in the fields of construction, energy, environment, and sustainability. It is a non-profit organization, and a message that I would like to share with you is the member of boards has people from the industry, okay? Not only from the university, we have people from the industry. And nowadays we have 65 associate members. In terms of facilities, for those that doesn't know ITECONS, it is this physical platform that you see in the first plan of this picture. We are close to the University of Coimbra. 18 years ago, we started with one technician. Nowadays, we have over 100 technicians, and around 30% has PhD, and more than 35 has master in science. And we have more than 11,000 square meters of laboratory facilities. And I would like also to show you this figure where you have the blue area that represents the technicians that we have at ITECONS, but we have at CERIS Coimbra members that belongs to the ITECONS and people that doesn't belong to the institute. So we have this merge that is working very well. I think I need to interrupt my presentation because I didn't share with sound. Okay, because I would like the best way to present ITECONS is to show you this video. Just confirm me that you have sound already. You have sound? Romeu. Sorry, do you hear me? Just let me know if you have the sound.
Yes.
Okay, sorry, because
ITECONS has multidisciplinary scientific and technical personnel and high installed capacity to support industry in the development of products and processes. It provides a wide range of specialized services in testing, technical consulting, research and development, support of CE marketing, as well as professional training opportunities. ITECONS promotes applied research conducted in thematic areas relevant to industry and society, also enhancing the sharing of knowledge by organizing technical and scientific events. ITECONS has state-of-the-art laboratories and large-scale testing facilities. In combination with calculation resources, it is possible to test and model systems from the atomic scale to the macroscopic scale. Technology develops a strong international cooperation by actively participating in international technical committees and by partnering with companies and other R&D entities for the submission of proposals for funding. Due to its technical capacity and diversity of scope, ITECONJ is integrated with the INOVC innovation ecosystem, which has fostered the emergence of a new generation of high-tech companies with innovative projects, thus contributing to the economic and social sustainability of both the Portuguese Central Region and the country.
Okay, so the only word that I want to highlight of this video is cooperation. Okay, so we are an interdisciplinary group, but we may not do, we should not do, and we don't do anything alone. So we need these collaborative networks as this one that we have at CERIS. So in a way or another, we are having this opportunity to work with lots of institutions. Another message that I have is we need recognitions. To be useful to the industry, we are always trying to get the right recognitions. And the one that I will highlight is this one that we got from the European Commission, that is to be technical assessment body. So when we have innovative solutions, we may be useful for the industry to put the products on the market. I could give more examples about the recognitions, but I will only focus on the last one, that is to be recognized also as a certified training center. And in terms of units, we have these 6, and I will give one example to explain the relation between them. If I look to the laboratory tests unit, what we do is to sell services, to test, for instance, a window, a glazing system. But at the same time, we may be together with the industry, doing research together and developing new frames, new glazing solutions. And we are using the same facilities. And taking this example of windows, we may also be useful to do the CE mark at the final process, at the end of the process, to put the products on the market. And taking the same example, at these days we are doing training to installers, to Windows installers. In terms of events, I may give you some numbers that nowadays we have over 300 tests accredited, and in each year we have contact with over 500 companies and more members. In these 18 years, we have over 95 projects that were supported by national and European funds, which means that we have an average close to 5 projects approved each year. And in terms of events, just giving you the last ones, and the ones that we have already for next year. And I want to invite you and to highlight to the international conference that will be in Italy in June 2025. So you are all invited to participate in this conference. Jumping to research and development, this slide gives you the distribution of the projects that we have. I will highlight the projects in co-promotion with the industry. That is the larger number that we have in terms of projects. And I will give you some examples organized by areas. So these slides presents some examples of projects related with facade and roof solutions. So each line is a different project. And the most important message is each of one of these projects were with industry, and the leader of the consortium was the industry. So it is very good to have these kind of projects and to be useful to the industry. So we have projects with Cork, of course, developing building integrated photovoltaics, green roofs, smart roofs. Jumping now for another group of projects that are related with composite materials, integrating recycled materials, bio-based materials. Another group, more examples, in this case of building elements, developing windows or only the frame, or acoustic solutions, or multifunctional walls, or even a simple block. And the last group that I have as example are advanced systems that are not so close related with the standard construction. We have the first example is a car parks structure with solar energy production and storage. Another example is a heated pool. We have also network of renewable sources and storage, and a secondary substation on our electrical grids, and climatic chambers development. So some examples, you may find more examples in our website. To finish, when we have these projects, we have members of CERIS contributing to these research projects. We are always trying to do scientific publications related with the projects. This one, it was an European project about vacuum insulation panels, but I may give you another example that is the Aroca Bridge. We were responsible for the design and numerical simulations of the bridge. It was very good for us because we got some visibility internationally, but also nationally, because it was considered for a while as the world's longest pedestrian suspension bridge. And in this case, we also did some scientific publications related with this work. So that's why it's so important to have people with PhD working with us. This is the last slide. That are some examples of projects that we have with our CERIS partner. Some of them are ongoing projects, but I also let you know that we are very happy because we wrote several proposals that we are waiting for the results in the last months, and I hope that we'll keep this cooperation. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was very enlightening, your presentation. There's so much to do, so many possibilities you have identified for collaboration. and I hope you'll be receiving emails. And it's nice that you also referred at the end that you value in terms of your technical staff, people that hold a PhD. That's very important because this year's RISCOday event is driven towards the PhD students. So thank you very much for your presentation. Let's move forward with the second presentation that will be given by Professor Rodrigo Gonçalves. Okay. Professor Rodrigo, can you share your screen, please? Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm the coordinator of the Nova Hub. I also apologize for not attending in person, but I really wasn't able to do it. So I guess Professor Didier will present the center, and so I'll skip some slides. I just wanted to highlight that our creation was the creation of our hub was in 2022, where you see the arrow. And to give you an idea of where we are located, let's look at planet Earth. So this is our faculty and our department where the hub is located is highlighted in the red arrow. We started so in 2022. We have currently 18 PhD members and a few collaborators. We represent 12% of CERIS, at least in the evaluation in 2023. The next one is pending. We have several laboratory facilities, as you see in this slide. So for structures, hydraulics, construction, also geotechnics. I'll just briefly show you our research topics. Essentially, we are in 3 research groups. I'll start with the first one. The one is Transportation Infrastructure Systems and Policy, where you can see, sorry about this, where you can see the topics here. This is our team for Research Group 5, Studies on Construction. And finally, we have a quite large team for structures and geotechnics, where you can see this. We deal with blast loading, also concrete structures, also strengthening of beams and masonry walls, and also thin wall members, numerical modeling, steel concrete structures, and also mechanical metamaterials and energy dissipation, and a few other topics. So my message is, let's work together. And this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Professor Rodrigo. Also very important to know exactly what are the strong points of the hubs, because the whole idea is complementarity between hubs. Besides obviously identifying opportunities, it's a complementarity that we also want to strengthen. And it's very enlightening. Thank you very much for your presentation. We can leave for the end maybe some interaction with the professor and Professor Rodrigo and Professor Didier. So I think I'll move on to the third presentation. Okay, by Professor Didier. Just assist you in opening the presentation. I think it's this one here, right? We have to push that back. Right? You have to push this back. Right? Oops.
So good afternoon to everyone. So I'm here representing CERIS. I serve as the president of CERIS, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the CERIS headquarters and also CERIS hubs. Most of you know already CERIS. It's not working. Posso pedir ajuda? Isto não funciona. Será que apenas está instalada? Não. Sorry, just a moment. I like that fast. So this is the overview, the outline of my presentation. I'll start with a very brief overview of CERIS, and then I'll go through all the domains and topics of research in which we develop our activity. So you know our mission. We aim to create and disseminate new knowledge and support higher education and training in the area of civil engineering. And we aim to be a widely recognized leading edge research unit. We have our main objectives, which focus on developing groundbreaking research, providing higher education and training, and also contribute to the society. And we have the values which we have in our activities. This is our timeline. The two hubs, Coimbra and Nova, have already highlighted when they have merged with us, when they have integrated our units. But basically, just giving an overview of our timeline, we were created in 2013 through the merger of 3 research units from the civil engineering department at Técnico. This was in the scope of an FCT evaluation. We got the grade, very good grades, and then we were created in 2015. Later on, the 2 hubs were created, and in 2025, we will merge RISCO, and it will be a pleasure to enlarge our group. This is some figures from our past 5 years. Basically, at the end of the 2023, because these numbers were those that we have used for FCT evaluation, we were almost 400 people, 350 people with 181 PhD members and collaborators, and over than 150 PhD students. Currently, we have 2 hubs, as you know. We are organizing 4 thematic strands. I'll further say which ones are which. And we have 6 research groups, being the largest ones, the research groups on construction and the research groups on structures. And then we have hydraulics, water resources, systems and management, and transportation. This is some numbers related to our students. We have, during this period, this 5-year period, we have concluded more than 200 PhD theses. Many of our students are international students. We offer different doctoral programs, not only in civil engineering, also in transportation, environmental engineering, architecture, etc. Although almost the majority of our students are from civil engineering, 77%. And this is some numbers about our funding, about our projects. 2/3 of our projects are less than 2/3 are 60% are national projects, and we have also international projects, and among other initiatives. This is our structure, now integrating also Aveiro Hub. So we are organized, currently we have 3 hubs, we are Coimbra Hub, Nova Hub, and CERIS headquarters at Técnico, and we will integrate Aveiro. We are organized in 4 thematic strands. The thematic strands are very much aligned with the thematic strands of RISCO. We have product development, risk and safety. You also have risk, rehabilitation, and natural and societal challenges. Somehow these 3 of these are aligned with those of RISCO. And all the members and collaborators of CERIS are divided in research groups. And these research groups are more related to the thematics of our research. So we have one on hydraulics, the second one in environmental and water resources, system and management, transportation, then studies on construction, and finally structures and geotechnics. I would say that 65% of CERIS is the construction and the structure and geotechnics research groups. Much of our activity is experimental, so we are well equipped with laboratories. So we have laboratories at Técnico, which are in the civil engineering building. We have 6 laboratories, 5 of which are experimental laboratories with a large area. We have Nova Hub laboratories, Coimbra Hub, which it's over than 10,000 square meters, and also we will integrate Aveiro. So what I'm going to present you now is the way we organize, at least the main topics that we have in each of the research groups. And we have made like an internal brainstorm, and we have identified topics within each research group in which we have already collaborations and in which we can have synergies in the future. Starting with the research group on hydraulics. This is a group that seems it's divided in different areas. We have one area, which is my area, which focuses on pressurized water pipes, basically pumping systems, hydropower systems, energy production, water efficiency. Then we have another area on fluvial hydraulics and structures, very much focused on weirs, spillways, fish passages. Then we have another area on river restoration and management, environmental hydraulics and morphodynamics, and finally, an area more related with ocean waves, coastal engineering, coastal morphodynamics, etc. So far, we don't have any project that we have identified or PhD students collaborating between us, but we have identified 2 areas in which we have synergies. One which is related to water supply systems, pressurized systems, and the other one related to coastal morphodynamic structures. Concerning research group 2, which is environmental and water resources, it is also divided in different topics. They also have water supply and sanitation, in which they develop solutions for low-income countries. They do lots of modeling, particularly sewers modeling, sewer systems modeling and processes, and also the study and development of nature-based solutions. Then we have another area, which is water resources management. This is much more related with hydrology, hydrological cycle, climate change impacts. Then we have another group with groundwater, and then another topic, which is environmental assessment and management. So far, we have 1 PhD student that collaborates. This is a PhD student from the University of Aveiro that collaborates with us. And we have also identified these 2 areas, water supply and sanitation, in which we saw that we have synergies. You also have projects in these areas, particularly in development of nature-based solutions and water efficiency, water supply, and also on water resources management. After my presentation, it would be interesting that you could comment on this, particularly the researchers that work on these areas. Then we have research group 3, which is systems and management. There are 3 main topics. I'm not going to go into detail, but trying to summarize. We have topics related to regulation and contracting policies, another topic related to decision-making, and another one on information modeling and technologies. There are details of each of them in each of these detailed bullet points, and we have identified 2 areas in which RISCO also works, which is this one, regulatory contracting policies, and the other one, which is information modeling and technologies. This is like development and implementation of BIM technologies. Then transportation systems. Once again, 3 main areas. The first one is related to mobility and transportation systems, more related to the service of transports. Then we also have regulatory and pricing policies. and the other one is more related to transportation infrastructure. So the first one is services, the second one is regulation, the third one is transport infrastructures. And we identified that here in the area of transport services, transportation systems, we have here some related activities. Then we have studies on construction. Studies on construction, because it's one of the largest research groups, we have identified different topics. The first one is the development of advanced composite materials for construction and for rehabilitation works. Second one is economics and management of infrastructures. The third one is recycling waste to produce concrete and mortar as well. The fourth, life cycle assessments of buildings, construction materials, etc. And the fifth, energy efficiency of the materials, of the components, of buildings, of the infrastructures. We already have synergies here at this level. We identified a joint project, but this is with Coimbra, this is not technical, it's Coimbra and Aveiro. And there is also a PhD student at Técnico that somehow collaborates with you here in Aveiro. And we identified 3 areas in which we can have synergies in the future, because you also develop research in these areas. Continuing with the group, because it's a very large group, it's the largest one in CERIS, there are other areas, other topics, one related to conservation of traditional and modern materials, the other one related to low carbon cement-based materials, green roofs and green walls. This area more or less cross-cuts also the activities of research group 2, and more or less, I'm not going to say they overlap, but they complement each other with the researchers from research group 2, and then modular building elements and systems and service life prediction. And in this area, in these 2 topics, we already have synergies in these projects. One is in Nova Hub, and the other 2, we have PhD students in Coimbra. And the other one is the SMART LSF, which is with Coimbra and Aveiro. So these synergies are the current synergies between CERIS and Aveiro. But we also have identified the green roofs and green materials as an area that you also develop research. Now, finally, the last group, which is the structures and geotechnics. It's once again, there are different areas: thin wall structures, steels and composite construction, and fire safety. Then enhanced and hybrid finite element formulations for non-linear coupled structural problems, low carbon, high performance, high durability concrete structures, earthquake engineering, and also geotechnics, area of geotechnics. Currently, we already have projects and students that we supervise jointly. This one is a project at Técnico. Then we have another project at Técnico, and 2 more projects here too: seismic precast, Técnico, Engenharia, and a PhD student that we share also with you. At geotechnics area, there is this project and this PhD student at Técnico. And basically, this is the future. We identify potential to collaborate in this area of finite element formulations for nonlinear and coupled structural problems. And basically, this is what we have identified as potential synergies in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Didier. So I think we have some time for some interactions and questions. I can start off with a very basic and a very quick question. In the short term, what should we do? Obviously, to discuss more in detail our research groups, the way that we organize from RG1 to RG6. And from your view, Didier, what should we do in the short term to identify collaboration? We know they're not going to be instantaneous, but we have to start somewhere, right?
I know, Romeu, I've thought a lot about this. I think in a large group is much more difficult. Probably we could promote meetings within certain areas between the two centers, people from the two centers that work together. I'm thinking about, for instance, research group 1 and 2, which I belong to 1. We could sit together with members of your center, and you could help promoting these meetings so that we can see where we can work together, to which projects we can apply together. Probably, so the answer basically is to promote, to facilitate smaller meetings between the members of each center to sit together and discuss. It can even be online by video conference. It doesn't necessarily have to be in person. It's a way, it's a possible way.
I would do the same question exactly to the coordinators of the hubs in Coimbra and Nova Lisbon. Do you want to add anything on this?
If you allow me, I agree with Professor Didier, and in a practical way, when we have calls like FCT calls or these national calls and even international calls, I think we should try to identify an approach to the industry and to consortiums, and then explore the expertise of each one of us. I think put it in a very practical way, because if we have deadlines associated to calls, for sure that we will do work on time. And we are having that experience mostly with the University of Aveiro. We also have it with the Instituto Superior Técnico. At least I have more experience with Aveiro, but Professor Tadeu has experiences with Técnico, and I think it's one of the ways.
If I may add something, Romeu, about this. We have created in CERIS a Science and Technology Management Office, which is coordinated by Evelina. And Evelina knows everyone. He knows the competencies, all the research areas of everyone. So it's easy for her to put people working together. So when there is a call of a project, of a certain project, and we had this experience, at least for one call in Oeiras, Evelina, he called the right persons, put them together. We had several meetings together. Each of us contributed with a certain topic to the project. And so I think this Science and Management Office will work and will start producing results, better results, Evelina. So this is a challenge for you, okay, in the future.
I don't. You can pitch in questions, comments, ideas.
Yeah, I think your first suggestion was quite good as a kickoff point, because we have just come about with the evaluation. So it should be without, which does not exclude the new idea of when there is a call, we can
go together.
We can go and try to see if Lena will call us and something like that. But I think it's very important for the kickoff, where the by research group bring together people, because we have assigned them more or less to them, bring them together in a closed meeting so people can know each other, talk a little bit about their projects, and see where is the competition and where is the possibilities of cooperation, because both sides exist, and we have to give space that the people can develop their own work, but also try to find bridges between them. But doing by research group is a very nice, because it's more focused, and we can from there, when the machine is, then we can think about the correlations between thematic strands and research group with the first approach.
And I think this should be promoted by the research group coordinators.
Yeah, absolutely.
And as soon as you join us, or even at the beginning of 2020, before that, we could have those meetings.
And we have a full room of motivated people, right?
Sure.
But another concern I have, talking globally, has to do with the way that we will articulate amongst ourselves in valuing the research careers and retaining talent. That's something that's difficult. The excellence of the unit will be obviously very dependent on the quality and the work done by the PhD students, the retaining PhD students to continue in the field of research. It's something that's difficult, right?
It
We
is.
should have some strategy, not in the short term, but in the long term, to retain some talent, because we talked about this morning. It's difficult, obviously, to have people working in research because the industry is absorbing, has a lot of needs, and at the same time has R&D projects, has R&D divisions that obviously we should look into to articulate them.
The way I see it is, to retain talent, we need funding. So we need to search for funding. It can be either in projects, European Union projects, which have much more funding than the national ones. And also, for instance, in our application, we have one specific cost item, which is for early career researchers. It's a 3-year funding for those students, the best students, the most talented students that finish the PhD. We can hire them as early career researchers. So the idea is to find opportunities of funding to keep them, and then other opportunities will come if they actually want to be with us and continue in the future. But funding is essential for them.
I'm sorry.
Just I quite understand this grant for early career
is
something that is already implemented in CERIS, or are you seeking one?
No. We have asked for funding for that specific item for early career researchers. We applied for 8, I think it's 8 or 10 early career researchers, which is 3-year with 3-year contracts.
This is something that is very, very, very important.
It is.
I can say that maybe I'm here because I have one of these grants of fund for at that time is until 5 years after the PhD. So during the 5 years after, we could apply for this type of grants, and it's very good.
You said you were hired after you finished my PhD. I was hired when I was undergraduate student with a grant opportunity. I had this opportunity. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. Probably I would have finished and gone away.
In the academic career, but my research was completely different if I didn't have this.
The opportunity. You had followed a different professional career, probably.
Professor Paulo Villarreal, don't remember for sure, but one of the proposals that I had in the beginning of my career, it was a grant that you had available. So thank you.
So you're applying the same approach.
So it was in Aveiro or in February?
No, it was in Aveiro, but then my option was to do the master in Coimbra. Sorry.
Yeah, I was research.
Okay, I think I like very much the presentation, and I really believe in the sciences, collective endeavor, and in engineering, we do very little of that. So everyone uses their own methodology, in the end we cannot compare the results, so knowledge does not advance. But I also have some experience on networks, and networks is about people. And then a network is about people from different institutions with different traditions and different contexts. And in my experience, the networks, managing people, the governance of the network is crucial. And one thing that really happens when a bid comes is, well, the competition between all the peers. After, okay, this bid I can put 2 PhD scholarships, not more. I want. So you have to, I think the big challenge, and I would like to hear your experience because you already have done this. How do you manage between, you know, conflicting interests and competition within these subgroups? I think this, for me, has been, well, the worst disaster that I have been working is a group destroyed because of stupid competition on a grant we didn't want at the end of the competing.
You mean how do we divide our budget?
On topic sometimes I want, because you have to align research interests from different groups. Everybody is in, I will talk my area, low carbon, concrete, etc. But I want to do that, and the other one wants to do that. Or I want to do that first, and then later what the guy is doing. So it's align interest on time, and then we have to share the budget. So that's kind of discussion are really needs governance. I don't have a solution for that, but from my experience, this has been. Well,
I can share with you what is our experience. The board, the executive board of the center, sets up strategic lines, research lines, but they are broad enough to accommodate your research and my research. At the level of the research groups, each researcher has the freedom to do the research he wants within that line. So I'm free to do my research. I don't have to do what the board tells me to do, as long as I'm aligned with that objective, that research line. Concerning the budget, we divide the budget, we take some money to manage the center, and then we divide per member, per member. So we take the budget, we divide by the number of members, then we distribute. But that's not what you mentioned.
No, I mentioned
about
there is a bid, there's a call. I can apply for some money in my topic, and then, well, my colleague is also can apply. And we work in the same topics, but we have.
No, but we get together and we work on the same proposal. You're meaning that, so we agree, sir. No,
there is an FCT call. If you want to work on something, I want to work on the same thing. If we cannot bring together, agree, then I will apply, you will apply, and FCT decides.
And that's
what happens. That's what happens. Both apply.
Yeah, because the other producer knows that he has to change life and probably do something else, and it's going to search also.
So I think this is my experience. Competing for application sometimes destroys the group. And then I'm wondering if you have any.
Yeah, if the money was in the board to give, that would destroy the group. But because the money is on FCT or Innovation Agency or European Commission, people knows that they are going there. And if they don't want to align, the risk of one losing.
So
it's high. It's high.
The book allows you one center like CERIS.
Yeah,
makes two bids
on the same topic.
This is for us as possible. So if you are in a group, there is a bid. There's one proposition for each group. So you fight.
An outside bid.
Yeah.
No,
but it's not very common that we have identical project applications of.
If you have two members in technique that wants to apply to green roofs to FCT project, you don't say to one of them you can.
No, you can't,
because the other is doing.
No, we don't say that.
So you allow
both apply. Both apply.
And the one that wins, the one that has the best project according to that jury of FCT wins, and the other takes.
I was thinking because it's a center. Normally, you know,
it's not the center that is attributing the money.
It goes to university.
It's actually, it's cash that is attributing.
Yeah, but I understand there should be a strategy to be only one project.
We can try to promote.
We can approach people.
But if in the end it's not possible, we have to let freedom
to each researcher to follow his own way.
No, it's best because in our situation, you should decide for one. because they don't allow same research.
But there were some calls in which only one group from, say, Técnico could apply Técnico or CERIS. And in that case, how did we solve the problem?
Sometimes discussions.
Get together.
We have a common project.
But there are minor cases of those.
Yes, but now it's more usual than.
In the past.
Because in this case, it's impossible to reach everyone, so.
Unless the two professors don't like each other.
Yes.
Which happens a lot.
Work together.
And
We don't try to solve impossible.
and the answering the questions, I was first, so
Sorry, that's a good study.
But it wasn't the board that decided.
no, was the research.
Sorry to disturb you, but was a curiosity.
One more positive. First of all, I really like that you included some examples. You know, when we were in Lisbon and we had the panel that is going to evaluate like the research unit, there was a comment, I think it was from Parties, if I'm mistaken. It was like, you know, I understand that like so much researchers, like so many researchers, so many students, so much money, like coming from CERIS. But it was like, oh, you know, but I'm still missing something about like, what is the global challenge that CERIS is trying to tackle? Of course, there's the vision. I think the vision was already like
That's where you want to go.
on the first slide or something like that. But something that would be very, very interesting is within the different research groups. It would be nice if the coordinator could like launch like this global problem, like this global challenge or something like that. And then within the researchers of that group, you know, what is this period? Is like 4 years or something like that? It would be super interesting in these 4 years we can try to collaborate and try to solve that issue, because maybe each person has a little bit of research that always contributes to these global challenges. I think a lot of the topics that we see in papers in Nature, it's stuff that takes 4 years to solve. You know, it's not something that is done very quickly. And a lot of those very complex topics on Nature is like massive groups like
Working
towards that goal. So this is just a suggestion, but I would love, you know, to see like the coordinators of the different research group proposal. This is like a major global challenge, you know. Can we try to work on this slowly, maybe through some PhD students, some postdocs? Maybe every time that we write a proposal, we try to dedicate like 5 or 10% of the budget to something like this. And it would be amazing if towards the end of this evaluation process, we could say these were like the major questions that we managed to address.
Okay, that's a good challenge, because so far that's not the way it works.
I know.
We are like a summation of individuals and not a global that goes in this in those directions.
Maybe this is the challenge.
I know.
The first research group meetings that we have in.
Okay. Probably I might be the coordinator of one of them. I can.
I think June wants to say something again. June, please.
Yeah, I just want to have another suggestion that when if possible, that is the PhD in association, because we have the EcoCore. I also participated in the MIT Portugal, and I think it was a good experience that allows us to do work together. So I don't.
EcoCore was an FCT doctoral program, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
right. Yes.
We also had another one, similar to EcoCore, was InfoRisk, that also involved.
Also involved different institutions.
Yeah.
Now FCT is not launching those calls. Now what we can have is Marie Curie doctoral networks, and we can try to apply together. It's an opportunity.
Yeah.
No, it was just a comment from earlier. For example, it does not be competition. I just submitted a ERC advance, and 2 other professors in my department also did that in 2 Delft. And we actually helped each other and made our proposals better. And we are actually cheering for each other, because it's nicer that if you don't get it, that then your colleagues do. So I think it's the way you see it.
The healthy competition.
Yeah.
So, could we move forward?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rodrigo. Thank you, Professor Nuno. Okay, we'll keep in touch, and I hope we meet at one of these first brainstorming events. Okay, between CERIS and the hubs. Okay, thank you so much again.
Have a nice weekend.
Okay, thank you.
Big one.
So, good afternoon. After this discussion about just wait a moment just to have a little bit of time, please. So I was just saying that after this comprehensive discussion about the government of CERIS and how it is structured, let's keep the time, guys. So without further ado, we will resume with the last panel of CERIS Riscos line that is dedicated to conservation and rehabilitation. We will have 4 PhD students presenting their work in different areas of rehabilitation and conservation. We will start by Inês Bourgeois, that is working primarily on the digitalization, different aspects of the digitalization of the rehabilitation process. Please, Inês, the floor is yours.
So I will start now with my moderator distracted, so I have a little more time. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the introduction, Guilherme. So I will. In a minute. Okay, I will talk a little bit about the work that we've been developing on the Ministry of Batalha for the last 3 years. I've been working with my supervisor, Rodrigo, and my co-supervisor, Peter, in integrated means for cultural heritage conservation. So it all started with approval of its founding on the Cultural Heritage Science Program in 2021, which aims to pursue research in Portuguese museums, and we applied to work on the Monastery of Batalha. And for who doesn't know the monastery, it is one of the most important monuments that we have in Portugal, and it is a UNESCO World Heritage. There are many works have been done in the monastery in the last years. So visual inspections, vibration assessments, structural analysis, and already in 2019, automatic inspection works already appearing. And since 2021 until our days, we've been working where we divided in 4 groups: survey, monitoring, and characterization and conservation. And we've been studying how these groups interact with each other. So, with no further. Firstly, we did a survey of the geometric of the monastery. We have point cloud of the monastery with almost 300 gigabytes. And we also did some inspections, doing the mapping of the anomalies. For that, we create this document based on the Italian standard, where we basically define pathology, because one of our difficulties that we saw reading past words was that each researcher that did the mapping of anomalies called a different name to the same pathology. And in Italy, they have this normalized, and we found, okay, let's do that to the monastery. Then we've been working with the physics department to create some fiber optic sensors and Arduino sensors. And we've been also implementing in the monastery some crack meters and other piezoelectric sensors to monitor hydrothermal data in the monastery. Then in the characterization field, we've been doing some sonic tests, Hammerschmidt, taking some thermal images, also monitoring the humidity levels, and we've been crossing and finding correlation between our data to get to a better understanding on the mechanical properties of our masonry. Then in the conservation area, we've been studying and creating 3D models of some elements of the monastery with the help of my friend and colleague Gabriel, also doing some 3D printing. Then I told you a lot of the work that we've done. If you were paying a little bit of attention, you see it's a lot of data, and we found the need to integrate this data in a single platform. So we create a platform, and I will talk a little bit more about this integration further in this presentation. So now I will go through a little bit more deep in a recent work that we've been developing. So we are creating AA-based assessment of conservation status of the limestone masonry. So our global objective is to map non-structural anomalies that will allow us to check the evolution of the anomalies through time. For that, we are studying and applying supervised and unsupervised classification to do the mapping of the anomalies. We are testing the performance of each process and see which give us the best results. Then, with the help of Dana, we are developing a Python routine to assess the conservation status of our limestone masonry. Now, presenting one of the systems that we implemented in the monastery for monitoring. This is the case of King Afonso Cloister. We have two areas being monitored with the fiber optic sensors. In this case, we are using the Bragg technology because it allows us to install several multiplexed sensors in a single optical cable. As you can see in the right picture, is one only cable that has 5 sensors, 4 for deformation and 1 for temperature. Right now we have 2 years of monitoring. We are working on correlation between temperature and also movements on our structure. And future steps are going through create models of a crack in this case and of joints that we are monitoring and do simulations of this movement in certain conditions of forecast. Now, a little bit of the work that we've been doing in the 3D printing area in conservation. So we did found some places, some elements that were damaged in the monastery, and we create this methodology that are based in these principles. And basically, they have these steps. We do a 3D survey of the damaged elements and one entire element. We model the elements. Then we do the compatibilization between our 3D model with the point cloud of our damaged elements. We do next, we test the 3D printing with the help of my colleague Guilherme. We tested 3 types of technologies to print. We printed with the extrusion with mortar, with the plastic, and also binder jetting technology. We do the quality assessment of our piece, and then we do the implementation on field. In this moment, we are working in Arduino sensors to implement them inside the replicas and put it monitoring some hydrothermal data for us. To end my presentation, I'll leave you here our platform that we developed. This platform has all the data that we collected and is like a virtual tour in the monastery. All the places that we did tests, we have sensors are here with all the information. And this platform resulted in a work with my colleague Gabriel, where we did created one methodology for the assessment of digital twins. That it was our platform is, and we do this parameters assessment, and that's it. I will finish my presentation for thanking you.
Thank you, Inês, for this very comprehensive and for me very interesting, at least, presentation. If anyone has some questions, I see already hands in the air. Victor, please.
You're saying we use drones to collect some of this information, right?
Two?
Drones.
No, I use laser scanners, but terrestrial.
Okay, and what about all this, all the imagery that you were like now showing? Was it like a person like going around?
Our laser scanner has a capability to take 360 pictures.
Okay.
So it's a panoramic images, and we put them on a software that allows us to move from one place to one picture to the other, and it does that feeling of being one person walking in the monastery.
Including the outside, because you also have some very interesting images from the outside.
Yeah, I did the survey outside the monastery, in the roof, everywhere. Now we have a drone, and we will take some pictures also and try to have, try to improve our point cloud that we already have.
I think that would be a very nice, capability to have inside of the research unit, this, because I've seen like so many works about that, to collect information sometimes from multiple buildings, entire villages, just using that approach. So we quite nice to learn more about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. I'm seeing more hands in the air, but unfortunately, we need to rush up a little bit. Yes. So, thank you, Inês. For the next presenter, I will call Jorge Fonseca, that is doing work is a little bit different, working on the monitoring of different wall structures.
Okay, so hi guys, my name is Jorge Fonseca. I'm a PhD student, and I also have a FCT grant by the FCT. I like to thank RISCO for the invitation to do this presentation. My professors are Hugo Rodrigues and Aníbal Costa, and today I will show you the value of flat shack tests in assessing the mechanical characterization of masonry walls. So flat shack tests are two metallic discs that we put in the walls, okay, and then we connect the flat shack tests to a hydraulic system that can pressurize the flat shacks, and then by inflating the flat shacks with oil, we create tension around the flat shacks. And if the, sorry, I changed the presentation. So if the flat shacks, if the top and the bottom pressure are higher, we create tension between the flat shacks, and then we have compression. We also install some vertical and horizontal transducers, and then we can have the deformation in the both in different directions. We start to, at the beginning, we have some
faults in the test system and also in the gathering of the information. So we start to standardize the tests and the placement of the flat checks and also the transducers in the walls. Okay, so here you can see our test system. Okay, here we have the hydraulic pump. Here we have the pressure gauge, the flat checks, our acquisition system, and now we are trying to find a way to put oil inside the pump automatically without being, because in the early days we have to stop the test, fill the pump with oil, and then gather again the test. Okay, so now we can do from the beginning to finish, we can do the test without having to stop the test and put oil inside the pump. Okay, the semicircular flat check is the most used flat check geometry, and also the one we use. We are developing also another type of flat checks for testing brick masonry. Okay, here are some images of us preparing some tests. Okay, we have a saw that cut the walls. Here on the bottom you have two different types of masonry, and here you can see, that we are putting some dull paper, carbon paper, in order to take the area of contact of the flat checks with the walls. Okay, also in the first slide didn't show the equation, but in order to gather the masonry compressive strength, we have two factors. One is the area factor, and the other is the kappa m, called kappa m. That is the correlation between the pressure and the force transmitted to the wall. Okay? They are both very important in the final result, and we are testing some different uses. Here we can see the carbon paper that we put on top of each flat check, on top and bottom, and then we have the area of contact. We have a lot of this, but we can see here one rock, another rock, and here some mortars and plasters, and we can start to see inside the walls and see how the masonry is assembled. Okay? So from each test, we gather the maximum strength, the vertical and the horizontal extensions. We can also, the same. Okay. We can also have some models of elasticity for the envelope. We can also calculate some models of elasticity, second and tangent modulus. Okay, the kappa m that I told you influences the beginning of the test. I can show in the previous, that is slightly different. Okay, you can see here that we have a different slope. Okay, that is the kappa m, okay, in the initial stages of the test. We can also collect the distortion modulus, Poisson ratio, Young modulus, the ultimate tension, and a lot of data. In total, we can collect 15 variables from each test. Okay, if we start comparing all the tests or the same so this is the results from 8 flat check tests performing on walls of the same building. And if we start comparing the tests, we can see difference in the rigidity, in the maximum strength, in the deformation of the walls. Okay, if we start to look our geological map, we can see great variability of materials. And so this translates also in the construction assemblies that we have along the country and the different types of masonry. Also, there's a lack of information about Portuguese mechanical properties. And so a lot of designers recur to Italian documents and other databases for the values of the strength of the masonry. So Paulo Candeias adopted classification used by Vanen, and he started to classify the Portuguese masonry types. So we adopted this classification, and then we added two more types. We added hollow brick masonry and hammer masonry, namely adobe and type, because they are very important in the Portuguese classification. Okay, so we have a data set of 185 in situ flat shaft tests. We added 50 more results from the bibliography, so we have a sample data of 244 tests. If we plot the number of flat shaft tests by district, we can clearly see that Lisbon has a higher test. We performed 124 tests in Lisbon, which 89 tests were in the old city center. Here you can see the semicircular flat shaft is the most used in every test. So also, after the visual classification that we do for each test, we classify the masonry in those 10 types, okay? And here are the distribution of the tests by masonry, and clearly 157 tests were made in type A masonry. That is the most common in the Lisbon area. If we plot the normal distribution and a log normal distribution, we have this plots. Okay, and also we can see that clearly the log normal distribution fits better the results. Also, we can gather a lot of information, but if we consider only the maximum strength of the masonry, and we compare our values with Paulo Candeias, we can see that with the exception of C and E, the other values are very similar, or they fit in the intervals that Paulo has established. Okay, so in conclusion, we need more data because mainly we only have type A masonry, and we clearly need to test the other types of masonry in Portugal. We need a more accurate type of classification. As I told you, we did a visual classification, okay? And we can have different interpretations by different people, so we can study that more, okay? And also we need funding. As I told you, the test depends on, we have a lot of equipment to perform the test. There's a lot of variables that influence the results. And we also have some ideas of improving the hydraulic system without the hydraulic system to be manual, but to be like an actuator. And also we can control the initial parts of the test, and then we can have a better models of elasticity. So also flat shaft test rocks, okay, because they are extreme value, they are an amazing test to perform in situ and to gather the information that we need. So thank you. I did the presentation without notes. I don't know why, but thank you.
There is any burning question for George in the room? We are a little bit over time with your presentation, but if there are burning questions, please let it go on.
Just a quick question. You are doing that in all these kind of masonries that you are not selecting just some types, you are doing in all of them. You have done a lot of tests, hundreds of tests, more than 20 tests. What is missing for you to finish your business? What is the last step? What is the last step in terms, now that you have the data, what you are planning to do to give your reply to your research question?
Okay, so flat shaft tests are not only the PhD. But regarding flat shaft tests, I spend a lot of time doing the test, so I know that we can improve the mechanism, the mechanical part of the test, okay? And then we doing that, we can correct some minor issues that we are having, okay? Because I don't know, but you can see that we have a lot of dispersion in the data. And also to finish the PhD, I need to study wood, also, and
still looking for alternatives.
yeah, basically is masonry and wood. That's the most common materials that we have in all construction. I'm doing the PhD. I'm each step at a time. So today it's not all the PhD, just a part of it that I want to show you.
Thank you, John.
Yeah.
So for the next presentations, we have a little bit of multi-hazard assessment with Victorino, please. What is yours? I think it's already set for you.
So, good afternoon, everyone. So I'll do a presentation regarding water-quick fire numerical analysis on reinforced concrete structures. And I will start by okay. So I'll start by showing some pictures of earthquakes that cause fires. Let's see the 2011 earthquake in Japan. So we can see the damage caused by the earthquake and tsunami, and also the fire here in Natori City. You can see also some natural gas tank that burned after the earthquake. Here a similar situation, a different location, also natural gas containers. Here also the damage caused by the earthquake, the Natori River flooded by the tsunami and some fires in some buildings. Here some fires in some factories. Here some fires also after the earthquake in some buildings near the airport. Here two different cases, two fires close by in Yamada town. And finally some on top of an office building, some fires. Another example would be just the earthquake from the beginning of this year, also in Japan, and you can see January 1st, the earthquake fire, and the day after you can see the damage caused by the fire. So in this case, only one ignition caused the destruction of more than 140 buildings. So this brings the question, so what is the earthquake fire resistance of reinforced concrete structures in Portugal? It's not like it's something new that never occurred in Portugal. So we have the example of the earthquake in 1755, where we have a tsunami also, and several fires. So, and to try to answer this question, based on some variables found in the literature that aim to represent the reinforced concrete structures in Portugal and some characteristics regarding properties of the materials, we did the design of 500 frames and developed models in Sapir. So these 500 frames consist in 5 different typologies. So from different number of floors of the frames. So our frames have 3 bays, and then changes the number of floors from 2 to 6 floors. Then we consider 3 different fire curves. We consider the fire curve ISO834, and then 2 different parametric fire curves, one with firefighting measures and another without firefighting measures. So all those curves used in the analysis are represented on the graphs. So since all the frames have 2 types of dimensions of the compartments, so the compartments of the first floor are different from the remaining floors. So we have 2 graphs. So the graph on the top is for the first floor compartments, and the graph on the bottom for the remaining floors. So we have 100 frames for each typology. Each frame is different, so each compartment is different. So we will have 100 parametric fire curves in total. Then, since we consider with parametric fire with active firefighting measures and without, we have those 2. So without firefighting measures, it's curved in red, and in green with the firefighting measures. So to study the earthquake fire, we developed 5 scenarios, and then we consider the damage in a simplified approach. So we have 3 types of damage. So damage D0, D1 in green. So basically it's the sections are intact without damage. Then damage D2, intermediate damage. We remove 50% of the concrete cover of the sections. And damage D3, the severe damage that we consider the total removal of the concrete cover. We apply those sections with damage in the extremities of the columns and beams. So then we have 2 additional scenarios. So we developed this analysis in Saphir, but for this part, we replicated the analysis inside more structure to do a displacement based that we push over to obtain the drift in its floor for all the frames, and then to relate the drift with the damage that I just mentioned. So we did a relationship between the drift and the damage. And then we have these two analyses, so damage related with the drift, and then blue analysis, it's the fire on the first floor, and the purple one, the fire on the higher drift floor. So I will just show the results regarding the frames with the six floors. So just looking at the colors to these, maybe it's not so blue, but so the green line, so no damage, the frame with no damage, compared with the red one, the red one, close to the purple one. We can see the difference of the damage and the difference in time until collapse. These are the cumulative curves of the time until collapse of the frames. So you can see the impact of the damage between those two. The yellow one, the damage is in the middle, so it makes sense between those two. Between the blue scenario and the purple one, that's these two, that is the damage related with the drift. So the blue one, the fire is in the bottom floor, and the purple, the fire is on the floor with higher drift. So higher drift, higher damage. So and we consider the fire there. So it makes sense that we will have lower fire resistance when comparing these two cases. So we have two types of lines for each color. So the solid line corresponds to when we consider the parametric fire curves without firefighting measures, and the dash line we consider the fire curve ISO 834. So we can see more or less a 10-minute reduction in the time until collapse of the frames when we consider the parametric fire curves without firefighting measures. From a conservative viewpoint, we think it's better to use these parametric fire curves, at least in post-earthquake fire scenarios, and considering that those measures, the active firefighting measures, are damaged or are not reliable because of the earthquake. So it's better to use these types of curves. On the other hand, in the table on the right, it represents now in terms of collapse and no collapse the frames, but now when we consider the parametric fire curves with firefighting measures. So it's like going from two extremes. So when we don't have the measures, low fire resistance, and when we have the measures, so no collapse, 99, 99, 93. So almost all of the frames do not collapse. So this shows the impact, huge impact of those measures on the fire resistance of the structures, and the importance to make sure that those measures are working and are not damaged after an earthquake. Here I put the different typologies from 2 to 6 floors, just for the scenario where we have the drift related with the damage, and the fire on the higher drift floor, and we can see that the results are relatively similar between each other. So for different typologies, the graph on the top left for the parametric fire. Here with the new firefight measures and below with the user, but relatively similar results between the different typologies. So this shows that for this example, where you consider the fire on the higher drift floor, which is a reasonable approach, since the higher drift could lead to higher damage in the electricity lines or gas lines, or maybe some appliances that could overturn and create some fires. So it is a reasonable approach, and the results are very similar. Then the graph on the right is I grouped all the typologies together, and you can see, like we saw before, the 10-minute reduction when you consider the parametric fire curves without the firefighting compared to the application of fire curves. And I finish my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Very on time presentation. Everyone have a question for you? So maybe I have one. So, since your model is primarily for concrete structures, if I'm not mistaken, but the Lisbon, for instance, they have different types of materials. These models that you are postulating could be somehow changed or modified to accommodate different typologies of buildings, or it would be very difficult and it would require to develop another type of model for adult buildings or that type of?
No, actually, I think it's just in terms of, maybe I can put it here. Because in the beginning, if we yeah, we have these variables that represent very important structure and cost, and based on these variables, we give the length of the frames. If we have something like this for all the types of structures, we just change the parameters and do exactly the same approach if we feel that it's appropriate for the type of structure. Maybe it's other types of formulations for the scenarios, maybe it makes sense to develop other kind of scenarios. If we have this, it's automatic. Because this, we did the design of the frames, it's without seismic considerations. It's automatic, is a script that I developed based on this. We designed the frames, and then also the files that serve as input for Safir. It's all automatic, calculates the sections and then the frames.
So could be easily modified in order to
just saying this and everything is automatic.
So basically a solution that could be employed
even if you have different properties, like this type of properties, I can change these and create another one, and it's automatic.
Well, thank you. So now, last but not for least, we will have colleagues from CERIS Lisbon, Shannon. Coimbra, sorry, Coimbra. We have friends, Coimbra, Lisbon, that will talk us a little bit about the glazing solutions. Just a second, so I can put here the presentation.
Meanwhile, wish all the best to Google, because Google will be presenting this PhD next week. Google, next week.
Almost
there.
So we'll be facilitating here 11 after Google, which is chestnuts and wine, as it's our Magush today.
I think we are ready now for the presentation, please.
Hello, everyone. First, I would like to thank you for listening to my presentation. Now I'm going to talk about the topic of our research study, which is the experimental tests for evaluating the performance of glazing systems under steady state and dynamic conditions. So the importance of the windows. We know that windows can provide us with natural light, natural ventilation, and favorable solar gain, specifically in cold regions in winter time, and also aesthetic and positive psychological impacts. However, they contribute to 20 to 60% of energy loss as a result of excessive solar heat gain, or heat energy or heat loss in buildings. There are some important questions that we wanted to answer as the main goals of our studies. The first is that, as we know, there are some standardized properties of glazing systems, like the thermal transmittance, solar heating coefficient, or G value, and we want to know if these standardized properties are enough to explicitly define the performance of glazing systems or not, and then to what extent analyzing the dynamic behavior of glazing system is important. Then we want to know how to accurately and comprehensively analyzing the reliability of in situ methods can help us, specifically for glazing the property. and to what extent the use of machine learning techniques can complement the in-situ methods for evaluating glazing system behavior. As I said before, there are two main properties, standardized properties that are used in order to define the performance of glazing systems. One is the thermal transmittance or the U value, which shows somehow the heat flux for the glazing system based on the temperature gradient across the glazing system. And the other one is the G value or solar heat gain coefficient, which describes the portion of solar radiation that enters the building. As we see in the okay. As we see here, the first part it shows the portion that directly enters the building, and the second part is the portion of solar radiation that is first absorbed by the glazing system and then enter the building. By doing our first comprehensive literature review, we found that there are some stages in order to choose the optimal glazing solutions for a building. And the first and the most important part is to evaluate the glazing properties and also its behavior under dynamic conditions. Then the other stage is made up of concerning the building and also the location related characteristics. And finally, using the comprehensive method, which is FCE, energy consumption, thermal comfort, cost effectiveness, and environmental impacts, can help us to choose the optimal solution. When it comes to the experimental methods of the U value determination, we saw that the most important experimental methods include the heat flux meter apparatus, heat flux meter sensors for in-situ tests, and the guarded hot plate apparatus, the hot box apparatus, the IRT techniques, and also the emerging so-called rapid U value meters. Each of them has its own advantages and disadvantages. However, it was found out that the most reliable and important technique for getting the U value of the glazing system is the hot box apparatus. However, it's a very costly equipment, but at the same time, it gives us the possibility to generate a wide range of conditions, the steady state, and also the dynamic situations to get the U value of glazing systems. And the other methods like the guarded hot plate apparatus and the heat flux meter apparatus, they are also reliable, but they don't give us the possibility to test the whole sample, the whole glazing systems. So we have to use the small size samples in order to get the U values. And the remaining ones that can be used for in-situ applications include the heat flux meter and also the IRT and rapid U value meter. Regarding the IRT, there are many research studies regarding the application of IRT for opaque elements like walls and etc. But when it comes to glazing systems, the number of these studies is still very few, so it needs to be further investigated. But regarding the in-situ methods, the HFM in-situ and also the rapid U value meters, again, the number of studies are not a lot, so there is a space to do more research about. So the proposed, the comprehensive proposed method for testing reliable U value methods is to combine the in-situ methods with reliable laboratory techniques like hotbox. So when we integrate them with hotbox, we can test the reliability and consistency of in-situ methods that can be very useful for energy retrofitting applications. we can create a wide range of boundary conditions in hotbox methods, and also at the same time combine these techniques in the hotbox. And finally, we can compare their results, and we can improve the in-situ methods. At the same time, we can also integrate the dynamic simulation with them, and the comparison of them can give us good results. When it comes to the G-value of the glazing unit, or solar heat gain coefficients, there are three important experimental methods, which are spectrophotometric measurements, solar colorimetric methods, and also the in-situ methods. The U value, for the G value of the glazing system, again, each method has its own advantages and disadvantages. However, the solar colorimetric methods give us the possibility to generate various boundary conditions to test the whole glazing systems. Like hotbox method, they are expensive, time consuming, and we have to be very careful about the errors associated with the equipment unit. And again, when it comes to the in-situ methods, the number of the studies is still few, so we need to improve them, and we need to comprehensively test their consistency and reliability. That's why we have proposed the same approach that we adopted for the U value, which is again integration of the in-situ methods with the solar colorimetric methods. Again, we could create a wide range of boundary conditions and then compare the results of the in-situ methods with the colorimetric methods. Also, the dynamic simulations can be integrated. As a first attempt, we tried to do the in-situ methods. We conducted a long-term in-situ tests using this proposed measurement setup. We used the two pyranometers, the heat flux sensors, and thermocouples on the surface of the glazing system, both inside and also the outside. And then we tried to monitor the dynamic response of the glazing system to the changing environmental conditions. And the test took about 6 months. And we tried to use these equations in order to determine the U value and also the G value of the glazing systems. And the results showed that these in-situ methods are well aligned with the standardized tests. This is the proposed comprehensive measurement setup that we are going to carry out, and also integrate the in-situ methods that we use. As we see, this is the hotbox area, and we have tried to integrate our in-situ methods in the hotbox area, but also introduce the black globe temperatures and other thermocouples at the same level in order to include the thermal comfort analysis too. And this is one of the example of the results. As we see here is the dynamic performance of the glazing system. And these are the papers that have been published so far, and 2 of the papers are under review. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Karen. Since we are running a little bit over time, your position was very nice. You extended a little bit the time. I invite you all to put the questions to Simon during the coffee break at the end. And so now we can move forward for the next moment of today with Victor. Please.
So we're almost at the end. Okay, I think everything is working. But is it though? I think it is. So we're almost at the end, but before we finish, oh, my name is Diretor Silva. I'm here from the research unit, here from the University of Aveiro. So we're almost at the end, and we would like to try a different approach to try to evaluate the day. I know that typically we always say, you know, don't use your cell phone, but now I'm going to ask you to all to pick your cell phone because you're going to use your cell phone to provide some data. Cell phones, okay. And either you can scan this with your camera and go into this website, or you can just go to menti.com and then insert this code, okay? I will do the same. Okay. I can see there's already 9 people connected. Good, I'm also connected. Okay, 90 people. I will move forward in a minute, okay? But then if you're not getting this code or something like that, again, you can just go to menti.com and you can insert that code. And you will come to this application and you will understand in a second how this works. Elena, are you taking pictures of me or the? Okay. Okay. So there's 23 people connected. It's not a lot, 24. Let's see if we can get to 25. Okay, we have Elena now. Okay, so basically, we will just collect some answers. Some of them are obviously going to be about this event. Okay, but just to try out, just so you can understand how this works. Okay, I'm going to answer. I was born here. You know, okay, a lot of people from Aveiro. We're going to have 2 questions just to try the app, and then we'll start with the more serious questions. Okay. To the people that just joined the room, you can join this app. You just need to go on your cell phone to menti.com, and then you can go to that code. Okay. So we have people from many parts of the world. Sempre Largo do Brasil. I think I know who's from this part. Yeah. Águia, Cantinha, Toronto. Oh, Gorka, we have somebody here from Nepal as well. Okay. But clearly, Aveiro is winning on this part. The next question is still just to try things out. So if you can only eat one thing for the rest of your life, what that be? For me, it's very easy. It's pizza forever. Okay. A lot of chocolate. Who wrote fruit? It's not fruit. It's never fruit. Pasta, I can also understand that. Yeah. But basically, a lot of people like chocolate, a lot of people like sweets. During the coffee break, there's going to be almond malls. Okay, it's not chocolate, but it's the closest thing you can have there. Okay, we're going to move forward. So we prepared like a few questions to try to review the event. Okay, review the event, but also review like some of the things. So the first question is, what are the unique aspects you bring to the research unit? Okay, you don't have to be modest. For example, if you're studying something that you believe that is quite unique, that is different across, for example, other research units, just feel free to write something. Good. I will do that now. I just put global multi-hazard risk. This is just an example. No, you're allowed to play games. Okay. You're forgiven. Innovation with industry, that's actually a very good one. Right, we talk a lot about innovation with industry. Okay. So all this information that we are collecting here, at the end, this app makes like a very brief report.
And then Romeu will share with everybody the main outcomes from this exercise, okay? So we can all have access to the answers. Somebody brings diversity, LCA. So it's no longer that unique if there's two people doing LCA. Somebody's bringing fire. Okay. Post-earthquake fires, different perspective, and be honest, that's very good. Safer urban buildings, okay, very good. So the reason we come up with this question was because we're trying also to understand, you know, how CERIS can be different, for example, from the other research units, okay? So either we go through evaluation processes, or we're gonna have to go through this, even internal reflection. How can CERIS bring something that you cannot see on other research units? So I think it's quite interesting to try to collect this type of information. I think we have maybe a few more questions done. Yeah, we start to discuss some stuff here. Well, fire, somebody wrote me. Well, not here. Victor doing making moments, oh my God. Very good. So let's move forward. This one was a very good one. So the next question, okay. So for the PhD students, but also researchers, how can the research unit support the research activities more, okay? Because the research unit is already supporting your activities, remember that. But how can it support more, okay? You'll see there's a possibility for you to look at some of the, options, and you just have to look at the statement. For example, need better equipment. You can say strongly disagree if you already think you have access to the equipment that you need for your research activities. Or you can say, I strongly agree that I need better equipment because you don't have the right equipment for your research activities. Okay, so each time somebody submits an answer, so 10 people already submitted, this starts being updated. Okay. So basically, almost everything is average, and almost everybody needs everything. So we already have here some answers, so we can see that, for example, apparently at the top we have need more in international. Okay, apologies for the English; it was not my best. But there's the need for more international events. Okay, so perhaps inviting international researchers to come to the research unit to give a presentation,
or people to travel. There's two possibilities for that. You are speaking on the cheapest one.
I'm speaking on the cheapest. But there will be a question about that. Okay? There's a question precisely about that. Okay. For example, despite the fact that the answers are more or less the same, we can see that, at least in order, that people are relatively satisfied with software and tools. After this, we have like a tie that we need more involvement in projects and need more in-house workshops and events. Okay, so this part here, if, for example, organize events like the one that we have here, or for example, the events that he was mentioning previously from the different research lines inside of the research unit, right? And finally, clearly, there's, at least the willingness and the availability to have more international events. Okay, very good. Let's move on to the next one. So still for the PhD students and researchers, this is something that we want to understand, because we talk a lot about the industry. We had people that were not on the academia. So once again, just to rank some of your answers. Do you think, for example, your PhD activities or your research activities, will be useful for the private? Okay. We have already some people there. Oh my God, look at this. Two people. One says definitely not. The other one definitely yes. There's nothing in between. Okay, let's submit mine as well.
So for example, from these answers that we have here, we can see that this has been a little bit detailed to the PhD students, but I hope the researchers will also answer to this question. But it does seem like there's some people that believe that their research or PhD activities will not be useful at all for the industry. And then we have which is, it's not fine, but it's okay to answer that. But then we have also some people that believe their research is going to be extremely useful to the industry. So it is also visible that in general, people believe that their research is going to be useful, is going to create some impact. After your PhD, will you like to continue the research field? Some people are undecided because it's more or less in the middle, but then there's people that definitely they want to continue in academia and research. Okay. And after a PhD, would you like to move to the private sector? It's very even, that's a very uniform distribution. I think there is some people that definitely do not want to go to the private sector. Okay, but then this is more or less uniformly distributed. Let's move to the next one. So future series of data research, how do you rank the following opportunities? Okay. So we had a session with 3 members of the series consortium talking about future opportunities. I think all of this was actually mentioned during that intervention. So how would you rank this? Take your time. So you just have to drag, the different options and just put on the order that you want. Okay, you just drag them to the space in the top. Okay. I actually don't know. Very good. So collaboration scientific articles. I think this is something we've seen already. Collaboration and proposal writing. Then we have access to additional lab facilities. Some people just want a bigger budget. Not a lot of people want to share master and PhD students. And in general, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of willingness to organize international events. Very good. Okay, this is great. It goes a little bit in line with what we were discussing previously. Maybe, in some of the groups we can have like a vision or a main goal, and then some scientific articles can be developed around that. Very good. Let's go to the next one. How do you expect a research unit to support your work? This is something that you can just write. Okay. Maybe there's something specific that was not included on the previous replies, the previous answers, so you can write something specific there. If it's money, 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 I have bad news for you. I just answered it. Well, for example, for me, it has been very useful to have the support from the research unit in organizing international events. We have organized some events here, and it was very nice to have all the support doing that. The research unit has also supported, for example, travel and accommodation of international experts that were coming here to Avaliação to talk to the students. So at least in my experience, that was very good. Somebody needs a new computer. I get bad news for you. So more meetings with other research fields. That's very good. Excellent lab facility. I don't know if you're saying that we have an excellent lab facility or that you want an excellent lab facility. Okay, let's just go down to see some of the other answers. More brain power, more collaborators, positive work environment. That's very nice. Software and equipment, Yeah. So better subject on the first year of the PhD. So if you need to change the coursework, I will recommend you to talk to Professor Paulo after this.
Okay, so we already have 26 answers, so let's move forward. We're almost done. Which area should we focus in the future? So, we should make sure that we're not following others, that we are ahead of the game, right? We need to make sure that we anticipate, what are the hot topics, the sexy topics, to make sure that, by the time that these topics become quite important, we already have some expertise there, So we have, for example, international partners contacting CERIS and contacting RISCO to make sure we are invited to some of these consortiums, but also to make sure that the industry comes and they ask us, for example, for consultancy jobs. Basically, everything is important. Yeah. So click on the top field, we can see that there's a lot of interest for climate change and resource efficiency. This is aligned, for example, with the topics of the European calls. Also some interest for multi-hazard risk evaluation, and then also sustainability and new materials in construction. And this is in line with some of the presentations we've seen today. Okay, very good. We have 33 answers, so we can move to the next one. So maybe there's some fields that we did not include on the previous selection. If there's something that you didn't see there and you would like to see there, or for example, maybe there's something quite specific that you're doing that was not well covered by those topics and you would like to include those topics, feel free to include here. I'll include something as well.
No field.
Okay.
That no over there was me.
Okay.
I was trying to check out what was happening and blew it.
Yeah, sure. The example of the dean is just no.
Yeah.
Just don't.
It said short answers.
Yes.
So that's the shortest.
Okay, very good. Renewable energy, that's very good. Carbon neutral construction solutions. This sounds like it was against somebody. So very interesting stuff, robotic for construction, carbon neutral again. So there's definitely a concern for the environment, climate change, right? Carbon footprint. Artificial intelligence, quite good, aligned with the sustainable development goals of the UN. That's good, smart cities. I put the one about drones because I'm obsessed with drones for various purposes. Dynamic facade systems, so let's continue. Energy, carbon neutral, okay. Self-healing materials. Nature-based solutions, very good. I think I also know who wrote that. Not me. AI again, okay, very good. So yeah, so there's clearly like a concern to make sure that we integrate like new technologies in civil engineering, in risk assessment, also in energy efficiency. So that's very good. Despite the fact that obviously, some of these technologies have been already included, some of them for more than a decade. So now we need to understand how we turn this around and make sure that it still looks quite innovative. I think the next question is the most complicated one. Yes, it is. So how would you distribute the funding, from the research unit across these activities? Okay. So you can just distribute, let's assume that the research unit budget was just 100 euros, okay? How would you distribute the funding across these different activities? I just noted that I just attributed 160 euros. That means I don't have enough budget. Okay, very good. So there's definitely a concern to make sure that we have human resources. So what their light is always saying, there would be like a question about the conferences and outreach. So it's basically the pocket money. Didier, this is probably something you should take a look, right? Involvement of international experts, oh, that's going up. No, we came down again. Okay. So we might or might not involve you three in the future. Okay. So seed projects, this is something that we also discussed a little bit today. Conferences and outreach, big equipment, and sometimes some of the publications, in particular, if you want to go to those big journals, sometimes there's a massive fee, like 5,000, 10,000 euros with some of the most important journals, but obviously there's a massive concern about continuing having human resources to keep positions open for postdocs, for having also support writing the proposals. So I think this is quite interesting to see. Yeah, I don't think this is how it doesn't seem to be close to how the budget is distributed, because obviously it's quite expensive to have human resources, but I think this might be quite useful. So we're coming to an end, and again, we will share the results with you. How would you describe the RISCOday event in 2 words? So again, you can write 2 words, which will be included here. Please don't write no.
I'm not writing anything.
So interesting, informative, great to get together. Not risky, well organized. Great as usual. Fun, nice, productive. Fun, interesting. So interesting and inspiring is winning. I think this is good. I think, Romeu, we need to take a photo screenshot and put this on the website. Interesting. I'm surprised that you think this was fun. You know, I think it was informative. But nice to see that. Okay, very good. So we have 28. Okay. Somebody's saying different. I wonder in how many RISCO days you've been to think this one was different. Like awesome, challenging, very good. Thank you for your contribution. So we're going now to the last one. So this is just something, to try to collect some additional input, some additional feedback, What else would you like to see in the research unit in the future? What else would you like to see in some of these events in the future? So, again, this is something that I hope the management of the different research hubs will take into consideration for future events, or even for the organization of the research unit. Some recommendations.
I started also.
Monitor the performance. Very good. More contributions with the industry sector. That's true. We didn't have much for the industry in this event. We had in other events, right? But maybe that's something that we can focus for the future. Continue the hard work. Somebody wants more positions. Me too. More events out of the box. Oh, PhD student association. You want to create a union? Rights and duties.
Music.
Oh,
It wasn't me. Not speech, right? It's not that. Not writing anything.
next time somebody wants to sing, Okay, very good. Let's continue. You still have 23. I haven't prepared yet. Okay, very good. So we have 31 responses. So that's very good. I think we have collected, quite interesting information. As I said, the goal is to try to keep track of these recommendations and make sure that we adjust, we improve the events, also for the future. I think we don't have any more questions. So with that, I would probably call Professor Vitor now, right, to continue. Okay. And thank you very much for your contributions.
Yeah. Okay, so let's wrap up our event today, okay? Just a few words. Thank you all. I was very impressed by all the presentations we had, the posters that were produced by our PhD students. In fact, I've seen that the quality of our research and the consequential societal consequences it could have is very inspiring. Thank you all. As you know, this was dedicated to the PhD students this year, the RISCOday event. And it completely serves the purpose of a RISCO unit, which is exactly shaping our cities to be more resilient, to be more safer, be more ecological, and more safer infrastructure, more safer construction, more safer territory. So I'm really pleased and thank you so much, okay, for your contribution today. We have some messages, obviously. So the outlook to the future has to go through these three vectors. We have to grow through collaboration, and that's exactly the purpose of the merger that we have with CERIS. We have to look into future challenges. We've seen here with Mentimeter, we have identified, I would say, some niche fields that we can push forward. And the whole idea is obviously to have the most productive, the most talented researchers here at our hub, and obviously at the scale of the CERIS research unit. I'd like to share with you a video that we produced, that was produced by the coordination of CERIS when we had the FCT panel visit on the 16th of October, okay, where we met up with the FCT panel. We had the possibility to obviously give them information of the 5 years of productivity that we had from 2018 to 2023. And we produced a video, obviously, to give them a very big idea of the infrastructure and the laboratory conditions that we have at CERIS, at IST, and also at the hubs. So, and for the second time, so finish. Here's the music. So that was the video for this. I think I can top this off with just 3 words. Let's work together. That's the whole idea. So I would invite Professor Paul George for give us some words. I know that you haven't followed the event, but we acknowledge obviously the support that the rectory has given us over time and all this all this process of the merging process with CERIS, because I hope it will be very valuable. We have a good output, so we acknowledge the rectory on all the support you've given us over the last 4 years. Thank you for that. If you have some words for us.
So it's a bit odd arriving here without having seen any of the previous work and having to address you like this. But it's a pleasure, really, because I really enjoy as an engineer to see how you think how things are put together. And even in this brief presentation, I could follow the lines and feel the enthusiasm and the joy that you put in everything you do. That's very important. We are in a moment in Europe in which we need to stick together and think about the future. And this unit is doing precisely that. That's very reassuring to see. As you know, we have seen a report months ago in July by Enrico Latte, More Than a Market or More Than Just a Market or something like that, that was addressing some of the issues he realized were key to the future of Europe. A couple of months later, Ursula von der Leyen produced yet another report about the future of Europe. And in September, Mario Draghi, yet another one about, you guessed, the future of Europe. All these reports point towards one direction. Europe is lagging behind China and the United States and risks being even more behind if it doesn't act quickly. There's a 4th report being presented by Manuel Heitor, former Minister of Science in Portugal, concerning the directions of the future framework program. Everything in these reports and political strategy points towards what Romeu was discussing, the need for impact, closing the gap between science and the market. Europe is very good at doing high-level research, world-class research. It's way less good at translating that research into innovation. So bringing more of the industry here and in contact with us is a fundamental thing to look forward in the future. We as research units should be addressing that as soon as possible. And the future directions of Horizon 2028 or whatever it's called, FP10, will certainly address that. Having said that, I should also stress that this does not mean that only directions for which we see an immediate impact should be pursued. The future is not certain. We do not know what lies ahead. Research should be broad, should be driven also by curiosity, and we should not set aside those research directions despite the fact that they do not look to have impact in the present, but they might have one day. So this is also a message for the younger people who have curiosity about one phenomena, who think that it's going to be important and it doesn't yet has its place in the framework program. Please don't give up. Stick to it. Do your best. It will probably turn around. So with this in mind, do not set aside curiosity-driven research and do not forget about the impact of what we have been doing. We can look for the future with inspiration and confidence. This morning I got a call from Europe. There's a ranking called the QS ranking, Quaccarelli, Simmons, something, you all know it. And it classifies, it ranks institutions by a number of factors. This is a research unit. One of the key indicators that QS uses is impact, citations per faculty or citations per researcher here. And according to that indicator, the University of Aveiro is having 90 something out of 100. And because of that, it ranks in position 73, if I'm not mistaken, in the world. That's not just number one in Portugal. It's number one in Portugal this far from number two. Like number two has 50 something and we have 90. And that's because of you. It's because of what you are doing. It's because of what we are planning to do. And that is my message to you today. Rest assured that it's going to work, it will work, and keep strong. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the motivational words. Very important work. Before we go for a final coffee break, okay, and then the event's over, there's some thank-yous here, right? First of all, thank the PhD students for being available for the first moment to help me out in the program, design the program, draw up the program. Thank you so much. I want to thank, obviously, the staff that helped out, Neuza, Michelle, Carla, Isabel, Vitor, Anna. That was so important for us, okay? So thank you, because in fact, a lot of logistics around the event, and it went so well because of you also. Thank you so much. So I invite you to have a final coffee break, okay? And then let's keep up the good work. Thank you so much.